Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Shaedryn, mind those sails! I call out, watching my crew scramble across the deck. The wind catches the dark canvas, and Mother's whisper responds like a living thing beneath my feet. Tighten the main sheet, Wren. She's listing to port. Aye, Captain! Wren's voice carries over the crash of waves. Salt spray kisses my face as I grip the wheel, feeling the familiar pulse of the sea through the worn wood. The silver trim along the railings catches the morning light, making the carved oceanic creatures seem to dance. After 3 months at sea, the gentle rock of the deck feels more natural than solid ground. Weather's holding steady, says Tanul, my first mate, consulting his charts. We could make Drelith by week's end. Change of plans, set course for Voig. He raises an eyebrow. Thought you hated that cesspool. I do. I adjust our heading, watching the teal tattoos on my forearms shimmer with the movement. But the crew needs shore leave, and we could use some supplies. And you? I shoot him a look. What about me? You've been pacing the deck at night. Again. He folds his arms. The crew's noticed. The crew should mind their own business. They do. You're their business. He taps the chart. Something's eating at you, Shay. You haven't been yourself since we left Illimar. The wheel creaks under my tightening grip. She's right, of course. The restlessness has been building for weeks, an itch under my skin that even the open sea can't soothe. But I'm not ready to examine why. Set a course for Voig, I say instead. Just long enough to resupply and let everyone stretch their legs. He nods, knowing better than to push. I'll inform the crew. Port side oars! I call out, guiding Mother's whisper through the crowded harbor. Mind that merchant vessel to starboard. Steady now. The dreams flash through my mind again. Water and whispers. A voice I can't quite place. I shake my head, focusing on the task at hand. Draw in the sails. We'll take her in slow. Yuri, watch that bowline. My crew moves like a well-oiled machine, but I catch their sideways glances. They've noticed my distraction these past weeks, the way I pace the deck during the midnight watch, the way I sometimes stop mid-sentence, lost in thought. Fenders out. The dock approaches and my men scramble to position the wooden buffers. Ready the mooring lines. The ship slides perfectly into her berth, and the usual bustle of docking begins. Crates scrape across the deck as the crew starts unloading our cargo. The familiar routine should be comforting, but that nagging sensation persists like an itch just beneath my skin. Tanul appears at my side, his presence steady as always. Well, this is unexpected. Music drifts across the water strings and pipes playing a lively tune. The streets beyond the dock gleam with golden lanterns and flower garlands draped between buildings. Laughter and chatter echo from the taverns, mixing with the sound of celebrations. Quite the welcome, he says. City's more alive than usual. I grunt in response, my mind still caught between reality and those haunting dreams. Pink and gold banners flutter in the evening breeze, but somewhere in the distance, someone's singing. Must be some festival, I mutter, not really caring which one. The dreams tug at my thoughts again. That voice. Those words I can't quite remember when I wake. Shay! Tonwell's voice pulls me back to the present. I blink, realizing I've been staring at nothing. The crew continues their work around us, the rhythm of their movements as familiar as my own heartbeat. Don't you know what time of year it is? Tanul continues, brow furrowed. I shake my head and mutter that I don't have the time to care. I rub my temples, trying to chase away the remnants of another restless night. That voice, soft, melodic, urgent, slips through my fingers like water every time I wake. The dreams leave me more exhausted than when I went to bed. Those crates aren't going to move themselves, I call out to the crew lounging near the gangplank. But Captain, Arlen whines, casting longing glances at the festive streets beyond. The festival's starting, all those lonely hearts looking for company. Then you better work fast. I check the manifest. 20 cases of Illimar Red need to go. Make it happen and your night's your own. A collective groan rises from the crew. 20? Ren slumps against a barrel. That's cruel, Captain. Even for you. Consider it motivation. I tuck the manifest into my coat. Besides, festival means higher prices. Rich merchants getting sentimental over their wine. Speaking of sentimental, Fennec waggles his eyebrows. Bet there's plenty of fine folk who'd love to warm a captain's bed tonight. Move those crates, or you'll be warming the brig instead. The crew scrambles to work, though I catch snippets of their grumbling. Let them complain. Keeps them busy enough not to notice the dark circles under my eyes or the way my hands shake slightly from lack of sleep. I'll handle the manifest, Tanul says, appearing at my shoulder. Go! Clear your head. I nod, too tired to argue. The wooden planks of the dock creak under my boots as I make my way into the city, leaving Mother's whisper and her busy crew behind. The festival's energy wraps around me, all gaudy decorations and lovesick fools throwing coins at flower vendors. Perfect cover for whatever's really going on in this cesspit of a city.
Chapter 2, Kalira. Stepping out of the temple, I pause at the threshold. The setting sun bathes Voy in a symphony of amber and rose, its rays dancing through the gossamer ribbons strung between buildings. My beaded braids catch the light, casting tiny rainbows across my white and gold festival robes. Look how she blesses us today, a woman beside me whispers, gesturing to the spectacular sunset. The mother's beauty touches everything, I say, smiling as children race past, their arms full of blooming moonflowers. The festival of eternal bloom transforms Voy's usually sombre streets into rivers of colour and joy. Garlands of fresh flowers drape every doorway, their sweet perfume mixing with the salt breeze from the harbour. Strings of crystals catch the fading sunlight, throwing sparkles across the cobblestones like scattered stars. A group of musicians strikes up a melody, their drums and pipes weaving through the crowd. 2 young girls twirl past me, their skirts billowing as they dance. "Join us, priestess," one calls out. "Maybe later," I laugh, watching as more dancers join their circle. The music swells, and I close my eyes, drinking in the celebration. Even in Voig, where humans usually walk with downcast eyes, tonight we dance freely. The Mother's Festival brings out something wild and wonderful in everyone. "Beautiful evening for worship," an elderly woman says, offering me a wreath of white roses. The mother outdid herself with this sunset. I accept the flowers, placing them atop my head. She always does, tonight especially. All around me, laughter and song blend into a joyful chorus. Somewhere in the crowd, a bell chimes, deep and clear, calling more worshippers to evening prayers. I weave through the festive crowds, pausing at each shrine to light incense and offer a prayer. The sweet smoke curls around my fingers as I whisper the ancient words, ones I've known since I could first speak. Priestess, a young woman approaches, her eyes downcast. Would you bless my offering? Of course. I smile, taking the bundle of moonflowers from her trembling hands. The mother welcomes all gifts given in love. The woman's shoulders relax. I've been praying for a child. Then let's make sure she hears you. I guide her through the blessing ritual, showing her how to arrange the flowers just so. I was barely older than you when I first felt her call. She's been my guide ever since. Even here. In Voy. Especially here. I touch the shrine's crystal surface, watching it spark with inner light. Where darkness dwells, her light shines brightest. A group of children dash past, scattering rose petals in their wake. Their laughter reminds me of my own childhood, sneaking away to the temple gardens to leave tiny bouquets at her feet. Look. I point to where the setting sun paints the clouds in shades of violet and gold. Those are her colours. She's watching over us now, blessing every union, every prayer, every dance. The woman clutches her pendant. I've never seen the city like this. The festival transforms everything it touches. I adjust my flower crown, feeling the familiar warmth of her presence. For these precious days, love rules even in Voig's darkest corners. That's her true power, turning fear into hope, hatred into harmony. I've always felt a special connection to the goddess, even when I was just a girl, and followed it to the priesthood as soon as I could. Nowhere in the world have I felt such love and welcoming than when I pray to the Mother. Despite everything that takes place in the harsh reality of Protheka, I trust her, and I believe she trusts me. The drums pull me toward the town square, where lantern light bathes dancers in a warm glow. A hand catches mine, one of the temple acolytes, and tugs me into the whirling circle. Even priestesses must dance on festival nights, she calls over the music. My robes catch the breeze as I spin, the silk floating around me like petals on water. The beads in my hair click together, creating their own rhythm against the drums. A dark elf nobleman scowls as our dance circle widens, nearly bumping his expensive clothes. Silk robes in deep violet, trimmed with silver thread that probably cost more than I earn in a year. I catch his eye and bow playfully, not letting his disdain dampen my festival spirit. My lord, surely the Mother would smile to see you join us. His face softens at my teasing tone, the harsh lines around his mouth easing. Even the most stern dark elf nobles find it difficult to maintain their rigid propriety during the festival of eternal bloom. Perhaps another time, priestess. The Mother's blessings come to those who embrace joy, I say with a wink, twirling past. My white robes swish against his fine silks as I dance away. The tension dissolves as quickly as morning mist, and I swear I catch the hint of a smile tugging at his lips as our circle moves on. The circle breaks apart and reforms, weaving between market stalls draped in flowers. My bare feet barely touch the warm cobblestones. Here in the square, surrounded by celebration, the usual darkness of Voig feels far away. The Mother's presence wraps around me like a mother's embrace, keeping me safe even in this dangerous city. A group of children darts through our dance, scattering rose petals and giggling. Their joy is infectious, and I laugh with them, catching a petal and pressing it to my heart in blessing. The music swells as the sun dips lower, painting the sky in her colours. My heart soars with certainty. I am exactly where I am meant to be.
Chapter 3. Shaedryn. The sweet scent of jasmine and moonflowers hits me before I spot the pink and gold lanterns strung between buildings. Of course, the Festival of Eternal Bloom, Mother's Festival. The irony isn't lost on me that I name my ship after her. yet I've been too distracted to recognize her celebration. My stomach lurches as another wave of nausea hits. These dreams are taking their toll, leaving me more drained with each passing night. The crowd sweeps me along, their joy infectious despite my exhaustion. Garlands of bright blossoms drape across windows and doorways, their petals dancing in the evening breeze. A merchant's voice cuts through the revelry. Fresh, sweet rolls, still warm from the oven. My feet carry me to his stall before I can think better of it. The aroma of honey and spices momentarily drowns out the floral assault. "4 daler," the merchant says, already wrapping one in paper. I drop the coins in his palm. "Blessed festival," he replies with a knowing smile. "May the mother guide your heart." I grunt non-committally and take a bite. The warm bread settles my stomach, though I can't shake the feeling that I'm being pulled toward the square. The crowd thickens as I follow the main thoroughfare, their bodies moving in time with distant drums. A group of children darts past, scattering flower petals in their wake. Their laughter mingles with the music floating down from balconies, where musicians compete for attention. My tattoos pulse faintly in response to all the reverence being shown, though I do my best to ignore it. The sweet roll is gone too quickly, but at least my nausea has subsided. I let the tide of celebration carry me forward, deeper into the heart of Hoig's festivities. The square bursts with color and movement, a stark contrast to the usual dreary facades of Voig's merchant district. A trio of musicians battles against each other from different corners. One group with strings, another with pipes, and the third with drums. The cacophony should be irritating, but somehow it works. "Your blessing, good sir?" A young woman offers me a wreath of jasmine. I wave her off. Save it for someone who needs it. My tattoos burn brighter as I pass a shrine draped in pink silk. The mother's presence is strong tonight, seeping into every crack and crevice of this usually rotting city. Even the notorious slave traders have closed their doors, pretending for 1 week that they're decent folk. 2 children dash past, their faces painted with swirling designs in gold. A merchant I recognize, one who usually deals in far less savory goods, hands out candied fruits from a decorated cart. "Remarkable what a festival can do," a voice says beside me. It's an older woman, her silver hair woven with ribbon. Even the worst of us can play at being good when the mother watches. "Nothing changes after the lanterns go dark." She chuckles. "Perhaps. But isn't it nice to pretend? To remember what we could be?" I don't answer, but my gaze drifts to where a group of humans dances freely with dark elves, their status forgotten in the revelry. Tomorrow they'll be back in chains, but tonight they laugh like the rest. The old woman presses something into my palm, a small cake wrapped in leaves. The mother's blessing finds us all, even those who don't seek it. She disappears into the crowd before I can protest. The cake smells of honey and something else, something that reminds me of those dreams I can't quite grasp. I tuck it into my pocket, unwilling to throw away food, even if it comes with unwanted blessings. I lean against a stone pillar, watching the revelry from a safe distance. The musicians compete for attention, a lute trying to outplay a drum, while a flute weaves between them both. The crowd parts like water around a stone, and that's when I see her. Her white robes catch the lantern light, the gold trim sparkling like captured stars. Auburn hair cascades past her shoulders, woven through with silver beads that chime softly as she moves. The flower crown perched on her head marks her as a festival participant, but something about her is different. Somehow. She tilts her head back, arms spread wide as if embracing the night itself. Her lips curve in a secret smile, one that makes my chest tighten inexplicably. Freckles dust her nose and cheeks, visible even in the dim light. Her skin glows with an inner radiance that puts the festival lanterns to shame. My tattoos burn brighter than they ever have before, the teal light seeping through my shirt. A strange sensation coils in my stomach, not the nausea from before, but something deeper, more primal, like a compass finding true north. Beautiful, isn't she? I startle at the old woman's voice beside me, the same one who gave me the cake. I don't know what you're talking about, I mutter, but my eyes never leave the dancer. The woman chuckles. The mother works in mysterious ways, especially during her festival. I open my mouth to tell her to mind her own business, but she's already gone. The dancer spins again, and this time her eyes open, eyes the color of honey in sunlight. For a heartbeat, they meet mine across the square. The world shifts on its axis.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 4. Kaelira. The music pulses through my veins as I twirl, my robes swishing around my ankles. Pink and gold lanterns cast shifting shadows across the cobblestones, their light catching on the beads woven through my hair. The scent of night-blooming jasmine mingles with sweet incense from nearby shrines. "Priestess, show us how it's done," a woman in a blue dress calls out. I laugh, letting the rhythm guide my movements. My bare feet barely touch the ground as I spin. Other dancers join in, creating a whirling circle of colour and light. Their energy feeds mine, and I raise my arms to the stars peeking through the dusk sky. That's when I feel it, a shiver down my spine, like a cool breeze on a summer night. My eyes snap open, drawn to the edge of the crowd where a man stands apart from the celebration. His gaze locks with mine, intense and searching. In the lantern light, I catch glimpses of luminescent markings on his skin, pulsing faintly like captured starlight. My steps falter for just a heartbeat. There's something about him, something that makes my senses tingle with curiosity. "Oh, please, you must teach me to dance like that." A young woman grabs my hand, breaking my concentration. Her eyes shine with admiration. I've never seen anyone move so gracefully. "The secret is to let go," I say, but my attention keeps drifting back to where the stranger stands. "Let the music guide you." "Show me?" She tugs at my sleeve. "Just one more dance?" I let her pull me back into the spinning crowd, but I can still feel his eyes following my every move. The dancers weave around me in intricate patterns, but my attention keeps drifting to the mysterious man at the edge of the crowd. Even from here, I can see the way his ashen grey skin catches the lantern light, making those strange markings shimmer like scattered stars. His dark hair, tied back neatly, makes him look distinguished among the revelry. "My lady priestess," a male voice cuts through my thoughts as strong hands catch mine. My new dance partner guides me through the steps with practiced ease. "I couldn't help but notice your grace, like watching sunlight dance on water." I smile politely, my gaze sliding past his shoulder to where the stranger still watches. "You're too kind." "I mean it." He spins me, pulling me closer than strictly necessary. "I've never seen anyone move quite like you do. Perhaps we could share another dance after this one." Some of my beads clink together musically as I turn, the sound mingling with the festive melody. The mother teaches us that all moments are precious, each one a gift from her divine grace. Best to enjoy this one while it lasts, rather than dream of the next. Wise words from a beautiful mouth. His thumb traces lazy circles on my palm, the gesture both intimate and presumptuous. Though surely some moments are worth extending, don't you think? Especially ones as pleasant as this. My attention wanders again to the mysterious observer, drawn like a moth to flame. Even through the whirling crowd and flickering torchlight, I can feel the weight of his gaze, dark and intense. There's something different about him, something magnetic that pulls at me like the moon pulls the tides, a force both natural and inexorable. "Your mind seems elsewhere, my lady," my partner comments, a note of disappointment and wounded pride colouring his voice. "Have I failed to hold your interest?" I choose not to reply, watching instead as the stranger shifts his position against the pillar, moving with deliberate grace to keep me in sight as the dance carries us around the crowded square. The way he tracks my movement reminds me of a predator, patient and focused. The music swells, and my partner attempts another compliment, but his words fade into the background of drums and pipes. All I can focus on is that magnetic presence at the edge of my awareness, drawing my attention like a lodestone points north. A warmth blooms in my chest, spreading outward like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. My heart pounds against my ribs, not from exertion but from something else entirely, something I can't name. The musicians strike their final chord, and the dancers around me burst into delighted applause. A young woman nearby wipes tears of joy from her eyes. "The mother's blessing shines on us tonight," she says, clasping my hands. But my attention drifts back to him. He hasn't moved, hasn't stopped watching. The markings on his skin pulse like captured moonlight, and that strange sensation in my chest intensifies. My feet want to carry me toward him. My tongue wants to form words, to ask his name, to understand why his presence pulls at me like this. But years of training make me hesitate. "Lady Priestess!" A voice breaks through my thoughts. "Are you well? You look flushed." I touch my cheek, finding it warm. Just the dancing. But it's not the dancing. This feeling, this glowing fullness in my chest, it's both familiar and foreign, like a half-remembered dream or a song heard in childhood. I should go to him. Should at least. No, magic comes in many forms, not all of them benevolent. I press my palm against my chest, willing the strange sensation to subside. "Another dance?" someone asks. I shake my head, stepping back from the crowd. I should check on the other priestesses at the temple. It's not entirely a lie, but it gives me the excuse I need to retreat. Still, I can't help casting one last glance in his direction as I slip away into the festival crowd. The mother teaches us to embrace such moments of connection, but something about this one feels different. Special, like the first drop of rain before a storm.
Chapter 5. Shaedryn. The auburn-haired woman kneels beside a child with scraped knees, her hands gentle as she tends to the injury. My tattoos pulse with an unfamiliar warmth as I watch her interact with the festival-goers. "There now, brave one. You'll be all right," she says, helping the child stand. The boy's tears turn to giggles as she produces a sweet from her robes. My jaw clenches. Such kindness feels foreign, almost suspicious in this world. The crowd parts as she moves through it, touching shoulders and offering blessings. Each person she encounters lights up like a lantern at her attention. Even the surly dark elf merchants soften their expressions when she passes. She pauses at the edge of the celebration, her shoulders dropping with exhaustion. When she turns toward the quieter streets, that same strange pull in my gut intensifies. My feet move before I can think better of it. I keep to the shadows, maintaining enough distance that she won't notice me. The festival's music fades with each step, replaced by the soft whisper of her robes against the cobblestones. "Be safe, sister," a woman calls as she passes. "Mother's blessing," she responds, her voice carrying on the night air. My hand strays to the dagger at my hip, fingers brushing the worn leather grip that's become as familiar as breathing. I've seen too many masks worn in this world. The noble who treats his slaves kindly in public while working them to death in private. The merchant who smiles as she slips poison into a rival's tea. Even my own people putting on false faces to climb the rigid walls of our caste system. This woman's gentle demeanor could be robbed by any passers-by. And in these streets, kindness is often the first thing to die. She turns down a narrow street and I follow, my footsteps silent from years of practice moving through shadows and alleyways. The silver glow of my eyes dims as I concentrate on staying unseen. I know that if I let her out of my sight, anything could happen to her. There are too many desperate souls in this city who'd gladly prey on someone walking alone. But what I don't know is why I seem to care so much. Why the thought of harm coming to her makes my chest tighten uncomfortably. It's that same inexplicable sensation that kept my eyes glued to her while she danced. A pull I've never felt before, that defies all logic and self-preservation. I can't get past it, can't rationalize it away like I do most emotions. More surprisingly still, I don't want to. The feeling, foreign as it is, has sunk its hooks too deep. 3 dark elves materialize from an alley ahead, their violet eyes gleaming with malice. My tattoos pulse with warning as they block the woman's path. From their rough garb and unpolished manner, they're likely DFM, fallen from grace and dangerous for it. Well, what do we have here? The tallest one's lip curls into an ugly sneer, his violet eyes raking over her form with predatory interest. A little human, all alone in these dangerous streets. Pardon me, gentlemen. Her voice remains steady, dignified, though I catch the slight tension in her shoulders. I must return to the temple. The temple! Another elf circles behind her like a prowling cat, his movements deliberately slow and threatening. His rough leather armor marks him as DFM, probably cast down from a higher caste for violence or theft. Tell me, do they teach you anything interesting there? Any special services for wayward souls like us? My fingers curl around my dagger, the familiar grip doing little to calm the rage building in my chest. The woman lifts her chin, meeting their leers with surprising composure. Even surrounded by 3 pathetic elves who tower over her, she maintains the bearing of someone far above their station. It makes my blood run hotter, knowing what DFM typically do to those who show such pride. They teach compassion, which you seem to be lacking. Perhaps you'd like to visit tomorrow, when you're more sober. I bite back a smile at her sharp tongue. The 3rd elf steps closer, towering over her. Compassion? Is that what they call it now? He reaches for her face with grimy fingers, his eyes glazed with drink and something darker. Do your kind have to stay pure to serve? Seems like such a waste of that pretty face. She steps back gracefully, maintaining her poise even as her jaw tightens. The mother teaches that true purity comes from within, though I doubt you'd understand such concepts given your current state. Maybe we need a closer lesson. The 1st elf grabs her arm roughly enough to bruise, his magic crackling beneath his palm. Show us what else they teach you in that temple. Why don't you get on your knees and give us a show? HM. The woman twists free with surprising strength, her composure finally cracking as a flash of anger crosses her features. Remove your hands from me, now! Or what? The 2nd elf's magic crackles between his fingers, casting eerie shadows across his sneering face. You'll pray us to death? Call your goddess down to save you! His laughter carries the edge of cruelty so common among DFM. My tattoos flare with white-hot intensity matching the surge of rage in my chest. Her defiant stance awakens something protective within me, a feeling I've never experienced before. I've seen enough. I step from the shadows, my boots silent against the cobblestones. The teal markings across my skin cast an eerie glow in the darkness, illuminating the narrow street. Step away from her. My voice carries the weight of command, quiet, but unmistakable. The tallest elf sneers. Mind your business, merchant. We found this human first. Found. The word tastes like poison on my tongue. My silver eyes lock onto his violet ones, and I let a fraction of my power seep through. The air grows thick, heavy with potential. They say it like she's a stray coin in the gutter. Listen here. The second elf's magic fizzles as my aura pushes against his. His eyes widen as he takes in my markings, truly seeing them for the first time. I take another step forward. Leave. The third elf, bolder or perhaps dumber than his companions, reaches for a blade. There's 3 of us, you pompous. I don't need to speak. The message is clear in every line of my body, every flickering pattern across my skin. They are the scum of this city, and I am more than happy to clean up the streets. The first elf's hand falls from the woman's arm. They back away, trying to maintain their dignity with muttered threats, but their hasty retreat tells the real story.
Chapter 6. Kaelira. The dark elves scatter like leaves in a storm, leaving me alone with my mysterious protector. My heart still races, though now for entirely different reasons. The teal markings on his skin shimmer in the moonlight, casting an ethereal glow that makes him look otherworldly. Thank you, I say, smoothing my festival robes. I'm usually better at talking my way out of trouble. Talking only works with those willing to listen. His voice carries the depth of ocean waves, smooth yet powerful. I'm Kaelira, though most call me Kaylee. I tilt my head, studying him. The leather armour he wears bears the marks of long travel, scuffed and weathered in ways that tell more than his words have. Trinkets dangle from his dark cloak. Iridescent shells, intricately carved wooden tokens, and what looks like a silver compass, rose that catches moonlight with each movement. His silver eyes catch the light when he looks at me, luminous and otherworldly, and something in my chest tightens in a way I'm not entirely prepared for. Shaedryn. He glances down the darkened street, scanning the shadows with practiced vigilance. Though Shay will do. The wind picks up, carrying the distant sounds of festival music, drums and pipes floating on the night air like fragments of dreams. His jet-black hair, pulled back in a loose tie at the nape of his neck, stirs slightly in the breeze. The teal tattoos spiralling across his exposed forearms pulse with a gentle light, like waves lapping at a phosphorescent shore. I want to ask about them, about the mysterious patterns that seem alive against his ashen skin, but control myself. There's a time and place for such questions, and this moment of lingering danger may not be it. Let me escort you to your destination. It's not quite a request, but neither is it a demand. His silver eyes catch the moonlight as he speaks, making them shimmer like stars against the darkness. Protheka's streets aren't kind after dark, festival or no. My pulse quickens at the thought of walking beside him, of being close enough to catch the subtle scent of leather and night-blooming jasmine that seems to follow him. It isn't far, I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the flutter in my stomach, but I'd welcome the company. He offers his arm, with a grace that belies his warrior's bearing, and when I take it, that strange warmth in my chest grows stronger, spreading like honey through my veins. His proximity sends shivers across my skin that have nothing to do with the evening chill, and I find myself unconsciously moving closer, drawn to his presence like a moth to flame. The contrast between my sun-kissed skin and his ashen grey is striking in the dim light. The festival lanterns cast dancing shadows across the cobblestones as we walk. My arm stays linked with Shay's, and I find myself drawing comfort from his steady presence. It's shameful, really. I touch the silver beads in my hair, a nervous habit. During the festival of eternal bloom, of all times, the mother's love flows strongest now, yet some hearts remain closed to it. Shay's eyes scan the shadows between buildings, his head turning at every sound. You handled them so easily. I study his profile, noting how his jaw tightens. I imagine you've met their kind before. I'm familiar, yes. His silver eyes flick to mine, then back to our surroundings. A group of revellers passes by, their laughter echoing off the walls. I try to steer clear, though. Some people wear their cruelty like armour, thinking it makes them strong. And there's no changing their minds, is there? Can't fix what doesn't believe it's broken. He guides me around a corner, his hand warm against mine. Best to keep your distance when you can. The truth in his words settles heavy in my chest. Sadly, I shake my head. I have to agree. Some souls are too far gone in their ignorance. Shay grunts non-committally. The lanterns in Voig are always pink and gold, I say, watching the play of light across the cobblestones. In Arithmore, I hear they use blue and silver, and in Calath, they string up crystals that catch the sunlight. My free hand traces patterns in the air as I speak. I've heard that each city celebrates her differently, but it's all for the same purpose: to honour her love. Shay's silver eyes scan the shadows between buildings, his grip on my arm steady. A group of revellers stumbles past, their laughter echoing off the walls. He guides me around them with gentle pressure. I've never travelled to see the other festivals myself. I touch one of the beaded braids in my hair. The others say it's impractical, that I should focus on my duties here. The warmth of his arm against mine is reassuring as we turn down another street. My steps slow as I catch sight of a shrine, its offerings fresh and gleaming in the lamplight. They mean well, I suppose. The words come out softer than I intend. But sometimes I feel like an outsider, even among my sisters. They're so proper, reserved. I laugh, the sound barely above a whisper. I probably talk too much. Shay doesn't respond, but his attention never wavers from our surroundings. The steady pulse of his tattoos casts a faint teal glow on the cobblestones. There's something comforting about his vigilance, about knowing someone's watching out for me. My fingers brush the mother's symbol at the breast of my robes. Whatever the other priestesses think, I know in my heart that she guides my path. Even now, on this moonlit walk, with a stranger who doesn't feel strange at all. The temple looms before us, its white marble walls glowing in the moonlight. Pink and gold lanterns frame the entrance, their light dancing across Shay's ashen skin. His silver eyes widen slightly as he takes in the building's grandeur. You're a priestess. It's not a question, but I hear the surprise in his voice. Did my robes give it away? I smile. The warmth in my chest pulses stronger as I look up at him. I should bid you good night, he says, but makes no move to leave. The trinkets on his cloak catch the lamplight, creating dancing shadows on the temple steps. My heart races. The mother's presence feels overwhelming, like she's wrapping us both in her embrace. I've never felt her guidance so strongly before. I tilt my head. Would you like to come in? The words slip out before I can second-guess them. A cool breeze stirs his loose braid, and I catch the scent of sea salt and leather. He hesitates, those extraordinary silver eyes searching my face. That strange tugging sensation grows stronger, like an invisible thread pulling us together. The mother's influence, I'm certain now. She works in mysterious ways, but her touch is unmistakable. The only question is what the purpose of her guidance here is.
Chapter 7. Shaedryn. Of course, she had to be a priestess. The thought twists my lips into a wry smile as I follow Kaylee through the temple entrance. Her arm brushes mine as she closes the heavy wooden door behind us, and electricity shoots up through my tattoos, making them flare with an unexpected brightness. My fingers flex at my side, trying to shake off the lingering sensation. The temple's interior greets me like a warm embrace. Moonlight streams through stained glass windows, casting prismatic patterns across white marble floors. The air carries the sweet mingling of night-blooming jasmine and burning sage. Carved columns rise to meet vaulted ceilings, their surfaces etched with intricate spirals that remind me of my own markings. "The Mother's Temple always feels like coming home," Kaylee says softly beside me. I grunt in response, distracted by the way my tattoos react with the dozens of candles flickering in wall sconces. At the far end of the main chamber, a statue of the Mother towers 3 stories high, her arms outstretched in welcome. Unlike the austere representations I've seen in other ports, this one depicts her with a gentle smile, draped in flowing robes that seem to ripple in the dancing candlelight. "You're glowing," Kaylee points out, her eyes fixed on my exposed forearms. "It happens sometimes." I tug my sleeves down, but the teal light seeps through the fabric anyway. The temple's energy hums against my skin, familiar yet foreign, like a lullaby heard in childhood but long forgotten. Small shrines line the walls between the columns, each dedicated to different aspects of the Mother's domain. The scent of offerings, fresh bread, wine, and flowers mingles with incense. Everything feels alive, aware, watching. My shoulders tense under the weight of unseen eyes. Light catches in her hair, turning the beaded braids into rivers of starlight. The temple's glow softens her features, highlighting the constellation of freckles across her nose and cheeks. Her eyes. Gods, those eyes could drown a man. Hazel with flecks of gold, they catch the candlelight and reflect it back like precious gems. The white and gold of her robes flows around her petite frame as she moves through the temple, her steps as graceful as her dancing in the square. The dried flower crown sits askew on her auburn waves, probably from all that spinning earlier. My fingers itch to straighten it, but I keep them firmly at my sides. "The others are likely asleep by now," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "We try to keep quiet after sunset." They missed quite a celebration. The image of her dancing floods back, head thrown back in joy, arms raised to the heavens, moving like she could hear music the rest of us couldn't. She shrugs, and the movement sends a wave through her hair that catches the light again. "They prefer different ways of worship. More traditional, I suppose." Her smile turns sheepish. "Most of them think I'm a bit odd, actually. They meditate alone in their chambers while I—" She gestures vaguely toward the door, toward the festival beyond. "While you dance with strangers and rescue wayward travelers from themselves." That draws a quiet laugh from her, the sound echoing off the marble like wind chimes. Something in my chest tightens at the sound. Standing this close, I catch the scent of jasmine and something sweeter. Honey, maybe. Makes my head spin. "Something like that," she agrees, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The movement is unconscious, natural, and entirely too distracting. Her shoulders drop as she speaks of the other priestesses, and something in my chest tightens. The candlelight catches the slight downturn of her mouth, making shadows dance across her face. "The Mother has always been there for me," she says, trailing her fingers along a nearby column. "Even as a child, I felt her presence, like warm sunshine on your face after a storm." She turns to me, those hazel eyes bright with conviction. She guided me here, protected me when I had no one else. My tattoos buzz in response to her words, and I cross my arms to hide their glow. The statue of the Mother looms above us, her expression eerily knowing. "The other priestesses?" Kaylee shakes her head, beads clicking softly. "They're devoted in their own way. Maybe they haven't experienced her presence like I have. Or maybe they just hear her differently." A small smile plays at her lips. Everyone has their own story, right? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Come with me. She blinks, surprised. What? My ship! I run a hand through my hair, wondering what in the seven hells I'm doing. We're heading up the coast, stopping at every port city. The memory of her dancing under the stars floods back. Each one has their own celebration for her, like you said. Different names, different customs, but all for the mother. You'd show me? Her voice holds a note of wonder that makes my chest ache. You could see them all, experience how others worship her. I step closer, drawn by something I can't explain. My voice drops lower. They say some celebrations last a full month. The candlelight flickers across her face as she processes my invitation, and my tattoos pulse in time with my racing heart. I've never felt this untethered, this raw. Every instinct screams at me to take back the words, to retreat behind my usual walls of careful distance and practiced indifference. I know we've just met, I say, my voice rougher than intended. But watching you tonight, I pause, searching for words that won't sound completely mad. The way you move through this world, the joy you bring to others, it's rare, especially here. She takes a step closer, and the scent of jasmine grows stronger. Here? Protheka. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. This continent breeds darkness like a festering wound, yet here you are, dancing in the streets, sharing your light with strangers. My fingers trace one of my glowing marks absently. I'd be honored to see these celebrations through your eyes, to understand what you see in them. Why? The question catches me off guard. I've never told anyone the real reason, not even Tanul. Because? The words stick in my throat. Because sometimes in the darkest moments at sea, when everything seems lost, I swear I can hear. I trail off, unable to finish. Her hand reaches out, hesitating just above my forearm where the tattoos glow brightest. What do you hear, Shay? The sound of my name on her lips sends a shiver down my spine. Before I can answer, the statue's shadow seems to shift, and my marks flare so bright they illuminate the space between us like captured starlight. I don't answer. I can't. In fact, I don't think I'll be able to breathe until she answers me, and as she gazes up at me in question, it seems like she sees that. So, I muse, what'll it be?
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 8. Kaelira. The ship looms before me, its graceful silhouette cutting through the darkness. Lantern light dances across weathered planks, painting them in shades of pearl and cream that remind me of seashells washed clean by the tide. The sails, though furled, seem to glow with an otherworldly luminescence. Delicate carvings trace the railings, flowing patterns that echo the waves themselves. Are you planning to admire her all night? Shay's voice breaks through my reverie. I start, realizing I've been standing motionless on the dock. Sorry, I've just never seen anything quite like this. Come. He extends his hand from atop the gangplank. My fingers slide against his palm, and that same spark of electricity shoots through my arm, making my breath catch. His tattoos pulse faintly at the contact, though he gives no sign of noticing. The deck rocks gently beneath my feet as I step aboard, All around us, crew members weave between stacks of cargo and coils of rope. Their voices carry across the night air, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. "Watch your head there, lass." A burly man with an impressive beard ducks past, hefting a crate. "Is it always this busy?" I ask, stepping closer to Shay to avoid another passing sailor. "Even at port, a ship needs constant attention." His hand hovers near the small of my back, not quite touching but ready to steady me if needed. Though I suspect some of this activity is more about celebrating than actual work. As if to prove his point, a chorus of off-key singing erupts from somewhere below deck, followed by the distinct sound of something breaking and muffled cursing. "Sounds like they're having their own festival," I say, unable to hold back a smile. The deck falls silent as more crew members notice my presence, their conversations dying mid-sentence. A tall man with elven ears approaches, his steps measured and graceful. "Well, this is unexpected," he says, looking between Shay and me. "I don't believe we've had the pleasure." "Tannel," Shay says. "This is Kaylira. She'll be joining us to see the coastal festivals." "A priestess of the Mother aboard your ship?" Tannel's lips quirk up. How fitting. A lean man with greasy dark hair sidles up, his green eyes roaming over me in a way that makes my skin crawl. "Didn't know you had it in you, Captain." "She's quite the catch." "Mind your tongue, Fennec," Shay warns, his hand coming to rest on my lower back again. Heat creeps up my neck as another man with a scarred face joins us. "Come now, Captain. You can't blame us for being curious. It's not every day you bring such a pretty thing aboard." "Arlen," Tanul says sharply. I lift my chin. The Mother teaches that beauty exists in all things, even the most unlikely places. My eyes drift pointedly to Arlen's sneering face, though some make it harder to find than others. Tannel coughs to hide his laugh. Shay's hand brushes against mine, and that familiar spark jumps between us. "The lady has spirit," Fennec says, but there's something cold in his smile. "And the lady can hear you perfectly well," I reply, matching his tone. "I'd prefer you speak to me directly rather than about me." More crew members gather, their whispers and knowing looks making my cheeks burn hotter. Shay steps closer, his presence solid and reassuring at my side. Fennec's gaze slides over me like oil on water, and I suppress a shiver. Before I can step back, Shay's hand cups my elbow, smoothly guiding me to his other side. The motion puts him between me and the two crewmen, his broad shoulders blocking their view. "That's enough gawking." His voice carries the weight of command. "Back to your posts." "Posts?" Arlen scoffs. "We're docked." "Then find something to clean." Shay's tattoos pulse brighter. "Or I'll find it for you." The crew disperses with a chorus of grumbles and muttered complaints. A few cast lingering glances my way, but Shay's presence keeps them moving. "There wasn't much work happening anyway," Tannel says, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Unless you count drinking as work, in which case they're the most dedicated crew in all of Protheka." I don't. Shay's hand returns to steady me as the ship rocks with a particularly strong wave. The warmth of his touch seeps through my robes, and that same electric current hums between us. Though some might argue it takes considerable skill to drink that much without falling overboard, I say, earning a surprised laugh from Tannel. Shay's fingers press slightly firmer against my back. Don't give them ideas. The wooden steps creak beneath our feet as Shay guides me below deck. Oil lamps cast dancing shadows along the narrow corridor, their light catching on the brass fixtures mounted to the walls. The air carries hints of salt and cedar, mixed with something distinctly maritime I can't quite name. "Watch your step here," Shay says, steadying me as the ship rocks. His hand brushes my arm, sending another of those strange tingles through my skin. "The boards can be treacherous when you're not used to them." I nod. trying to ignore how the close quarters make me hyper-aware of his presence. I suppose I'll need sea legs. You'll find them. He stops at a door, producing a key. This will be yours. The cabin is small but neat, with a narrow bed built into one wall and a small window that shows fragments of the starlit sky. A desk is bolted to the floor and hooks line the walls for hanging clothes and belongings. My quarters are just there. He points to a door 2 down from mine. The space between suddenly feels both too far and not far enough. If you need anything. I set my hastily packed bag on the bed, smoothing my hands over the rough wool blanket. What am I doing here? The thought hits me like a wave, making my stomach clench. I've left everything I know to board a merchant ship with a man I barely know. All because of some inexplicable pull I can't explain. But when I turn and meet Shay's gaze, that familiar calm washes over me again. His tattoos glow softly in the dim light, and something about their pattern reminds me of stars on water. I know it's late, he says, shifting his weight slightly, but would you care to join me for dinner? I brush a wayward strand of hair from my eyes, tucking it behind my ear where one of my beaded braids catches the lamplight. My stomach flutters with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. I'd love to join you for dinner. The smile that spreads across Shay's face transforms his features entirely. The usual stern set of his jaw softens, and his silver eyes catch the light of his glowing tattoos. My breath catches in my throat at the sight, and I have to remind myself to keep breathing normally. Good, he says, that smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze lingers on mine, and for a moment we're caught in a strange sort of tension that makes my skin tingle like the air before a storm. He clears his throat, breaking the spell. I'll let you get settled then. Take whatever time you need. His hand rests briefly on the doorframe. I'll come back to escort you. As the door closes behind him, I press my palms to my burning cheeks. The mother's teachings say nothing about what to do when a man's smile makes your knees weak.
Chapter 9. Shaedryn. I drum my fingers against the wooden table, watching the crew file in for our late dinner. The galley's cramped quarters feel even smaller with their eager energy filling the space. My tattoos pulse faintly, responding to my unease. So, Tanul drops onto the bench across from me, a knowing smirk playing at his lips. A priestess? Don't start. Never known you to pick up strays, especially not the holy type. He leans forward, lowering his voice. What's different about this one? His dark eyes study my face, searching for tells I've spent years learning to hide. Before I can answer, Fennec crashes onto the bench beside Tanul, the wood creaking under his sudden weight. Did you see her robes? Leaves quite a bit to the imagination. His thin lips curl into a predatory smile that makes my tattoos flare with irritation. Fennec, I warn, my voice dropping an octave. The temperature around us seems to cool slightly with my displeasure. Come on, Captain. Arlen joins in, settling at the far end of the table with his usual swagger. His scarred face twists into a leer that sets my teeth on edge. You can't blame us for being curious. When's the last time we had such a pretty face aboard? She's our guest, I say firmly, letting a hint of power thread through my words. My fingers still against the table, no longer drumming but pressed flat. Not entertainment. Guest? Tanul arches an eyebrow, genuine surprise crossing his usually composed features. Since when do we take guests? He crosses his arms, waiting for an explanation I'm not ready to give. More crew members filter in, their whispers and snickers setting my teeth on edge. Bet she's never been with a real man before. One of the deckhands mutters, his voice carrying just far enough to reach my ears. What did you say? I growl, my silver eyes flashing dangerously as I straighten in my chair. Arlen leans back, crossing his arms with that insufferable smirk of his. You can't expect us to ignore a pretty little thing like that, especially not when she dances the way she does. His scarred face twists with something that makes my stomach turn. The wood creaks under my grip, splinters threatening to break free beneath my fingers. You were watching her. You were supposed to be working. Each word comes out clipped and precise, a warning that most would be wise to heed. The festival is where the customers are. Someone chuckled from the back of the room, trying to sound reasonable and failing. Half the city was watching her, Ren chimes in, either missing or ignoring the dangerous edge in my voice. Can't blame a man for looking where everyone else was. I can't. She's got to be running from something, another crew member adds. Why else would a priestess hop on a merchant vessel? Maybe she's not as innocent as she looks, Fennec suggests with a wink. The galley falls silent as I rise, my chair scraping against the floor. Listen carefully. Kaylee is our guest, and you will treat her with respect. If I catch any of you... A soft sound draws my attention to the doorway. Kaylee stands there, her golden bronze skin flushed from the evening air, those hazel eyes wide as they dart between me and the crew. My stomach twists at the thought of what she might have heard. For a heartbeat, nobody moves. Then Tonal clears his throat, breaking the tension. Lady Kaylee. Perfect timing. We were just discussing dinner arrangements. The galley erupts back into its usual chaos after that brief silence, but my attention stays fixed on Kaylee. She stands in the doorway, a vision of grace amid the mayhem of my rough crew. My muscles tense as I track every movement around her, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. "Watch your head!" someone shouts. A bread roll sails through the air, barely missing her. My hand twitches, ready to snatch it mid-flight, but Kaylee's reaction stops me. Instead of shrinking away in fear, she lets out a laugh that sounds like wind chimes in a summer breeze. "Is mealtime always this lively?" Her eyes sparkle with amusement. "Only when we're showing off," Tanul replies, earning scattered chuckles. I glance down at the empty space I'd saved beside me, feeling heat creep up my neck as Kaylee walks forward. She reaches for a chair between two deckhands, completely oblivious to my carefully laid plans. "Is this seat taken?" she asks one of the men, who practically trips over himself to respond. "No, miss. Thank you." She smiles, and I watch the hardened sailor practically melt. "I'm Kaylee, by the way." The empty seat beside me feels like it's mocking me now. Tanul catches my eye and smirks. Usually he sits beside me, but I'd pointedly reserved the space for our guest. I shoot him a glare that would make most men flinch. "My lady." Tanul's smooth voice cuts through the chaos. "There's actually a seat here, next to the captain. Better view of the spread." He gestures to the empty space beside me. My tattoos respond, ever the traitors, as Kaylee turns. The beads in her hair shimmer under the lantern light, reminding me of the stars. Out at sea, constellations are never more clear. I wonder if she would like to see them. "Oh!" A smile lights up her face. "Thank you, Tanul." He pulls out the chair with an exaggerated flourish that makes her laugh. The sound sends a ripple through my markings, and I grip the edge of the table to steady myself. "What's for dinner?" Kaylee settles beside me, the fabric of her robe brushing against my arm. That same electric sensation from the temple shoots through me. "Ah, tonight we have our cook's famous fish stew." Tanul ladles out portions as he speaks. Secret recipe, passed down through generations of sailors who couldn't cook worth a damn. "It's actually edible," I add, watching her from the corner of my eye. The way she leans forward, genuinely interested in Tanul's explanation of our simple fare, stirs something in my chest. "The secret ingredient is desperation," Tanul continues, "and a healthy dose of prayer." "Prayer?" Her eyes sparkle. "To any deity willing to make it palatable." She laughs again, and my tattoos respond with a warm glow. This connection, this pull toward her, it's more than mere attraction. I've felt desire before, but this is different. The spoon disappears between Kaylee's lips, and my tattoos pulse with a warmth that has nothing to do with the galley's stuffy air. She holds the bite with practiced grace, those delicate fingers covering her mouth as she considers the taste. The beads in her hair catch the lamplight, drawing my attention to the curve of her neck as she swallows. Well, Tanul leans forward, breaking my trance. Does our humble fare meet with your approval? I should be the one asking that question, but my tongue feels like lead in my mouth. Instead, I watch as she runs her tongue along her bottom lip, catching a stray drop of broth. She pauses, tilting her head thoughtfully. The movement sends those beaded braids sliding across her shoulder. Different than what we serve at the temple. Different good or different bad? Tanul presses, his eyes dancing with amusement. He knows exactly what he's doing, the bastard. Different. She takes another careful spoonful, and I find myself holding my breath. Interesting. The spices are quite bold. Bold? I manage to croak out, my voice rougher than intended. She turns those bright hazel eyes on me, and my markings flare in response. At the temple, we tend toward simpler flavors. This is more. Her tongue darts out again, catching another trace of broth, and my grip on my spoon tightens. Adventure in a bowl! Tonal barks out a laugh. Adventure in a bowl! I like that, though I suspect you'll find plenty more adventure than just our cooking. Her eyes stay locked with mine as she smiles. I'm counting on it. The spoon in my hand creaks dangerously, and I force myself to set it down before I bend it out of shape.
Chapter 10. Kaelira. The galley is lively, more alive than I would have thought a merchant ship would be. It's as though I brought the festival on board with me, with the warm glow of lanterns casting dancing shadows across weathered wooden tables and the cheerful murmur of conversation filling the air. Some of the sailors will glance over at me occasionally as they eat. Some smile, some don't. A few even raise their cups in greeting, their eyes crinkling with curiosity at the sight of a priestess among their ranks. Overall, they seem welcoming enough, reminding me of the market crowds back home, a mix of familiar faces and strangers, all sharing bread and stories. The last of my reservations about joining Shay on this journey start to fade away, replaced by a flutter of excitement in my chest at the prospect of the adventure ahead. Tanul leans forward, his elbows resting on the worn wooden table. You know, this ship has quite the history with your goddess. My goddess? I straighten, intrigued. Indeed. Mother's Whisper, she's called, named after the very deity you serve. My heart skips. The silverware in my hand clatters against the plate as I turn to Shay. Is that true? He meets my gaze with those striking silver eyes and gives a slight nod. Something shifts in his expression, a flicker of recognition, understanding. I can't quite place it. The air between us grows thick with unspoken words. His tattoos pulse faintly in the dim light of the dining hall, and I wonder if he feels this too, this strange pull, this sense of rightness. Why the mother? I wonder, unable to restrain my curiosity. Shay's jaw tightens. He opens his mouth to respond, but Tanul cuts in with a laugh. Our captain here's never told anyone the real reason. Been sailing with him for years, and it's still a mystery. I barely hear Tanul's words. My attention stays fixed on Shay, watching the way his fingers trace the rim of his cup. The mother's presence feels stronger than ever in this moment, filling my chest with a familiar warmth. Back in the temple, we're taught to recognize her signs, the way she guides us through subtle nudges and coincidences that aren't really coincidences at all. Meeting Shay during the festival, his ship's name, this inexplicable connection, it can't all be chance. I study his face, searching for answers in those otherworldly eyes. Does he feel her influence too? Is that why he won't speak of the ship's name? My fingers find the small pendant of the mother on the breast of my robes, its familiar shape grounding me as I try to understand what she might be trying to tell me. A sudden crash breaks our charged moment. Cold liquid seeps through my robes, the sweet smell of mead filling my nostrils and making the delicate fabric cling uncomfortably to my skin. Before I can even process what happened, Shay moves with lightning speed, his protective instincts taking over. His tattoos flare bright teal, illuminating the dim tavern like ethereal flames as he grabs a young sailor by the throat, lifting him clear off the bench with an ease that reminds me he's far more than human. Apologize. Now. Shay's voice carries the weight of thunder. The poor boy's face turns scarlet, his eyes wide with terror as he dangles helplessly. I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't mean... He stammers, hands trembling as they clutch at Shay's iron grip. Oh, please. I wave my hand, fighting back a laugh at the absurdity of it all, hoping to diffuse the tension before Shay does something he'll regret. It's just mead. Perhaps it's a sign from the divine that it's time to retire for the night. Tannel passes me a clean napkin. Here you are, my lady. Thank you. I dab at the growing stain, the white fabric now sporting an interesting amber pattern. Really, Shay, you can let him go. Shay's silver eyes lock with mine, searching for something. I arch my eyebrow and glance pointedly at the terrified sailor still dangling in his grip. His tattoos pulse once more, before dimming as he releases the boy, who scrambles away like a startled rabbit. Come. Shay's voice has lost its thunder, replaced by something softer. Let me escort you to your quarters. The wooden planks creak beneath our feet as we walk. The sound of waves lapping against the hull mingles with distant laughter from the galley. Salt air drifts through the narrow corridor, making the lanterns flicker. I must apologize for my crew's behaviour. His shoulders are tense, hands clasped behind his back. They're not used to having a lady aboard. Oh, please. I brush a damp strand of hair from my face, the sweet smell of mead still clinging to my skin. They remind me of the city during festivals, alive, genuine. Besides, I gesture to my stained robes with a laugh. These have seen worse. You should have been there when I knocked over the sacred wine during my first ceremony. He stops walking, turning to face me. The surprise on his face makes my smile widen. You're not what I expected from a priestess. And what did you expect? Hours of silent prayer and stern lectures about propriety. I tap his arm playfully. The mother is love and life, Shay. She celebrates joy in all its forms, even clumsy sailors with poor aim. His lips twitch, fighting a smile. Still, I should have what? Continued terrorizing that poor boy. I think he's learned his lesson about watching where he's going. The corridor sways gently with the tide. Though I must admit, your protective display was quite impressive. We stop outside my cabin door, the ship's gentle rocking creating a subtle dance between us. The air feels thick with possibility, reminding me of those moments in the temple when the mother's presence is almost tangible. His silver eyes catch mine, and that familiar warmth blooms in my chest again. The same sensation I felt when I first saw him at the festival. The mother works in mysterious ways, but her signs are rarely this persistent. My fingers trace the doorframe, feeling the carved symbols of protection, some of them matching the ones that spiral across his skin. Your tattoos, I whisper, breaking the charged silence. They're her marks, aren't they? He shifts slightly, and in the dim light, I catch a flash of vulnerability crossing his features. You recognize them? Some. We have similar patterns in the temple, though none quite so. I gesture vaguely at his glowing skin. Alive. The ship creaks, and I realize we've been staring at each other far too long. Heat rises to my cheeks as I fumble with the door handle, suddenly very aware of how close we're standing. Good night, Shay. I slip inside, my heart thundering against my ribs.
Chapter 11. Shaedryn. The sunrise bathes the deck in amber light, casting long shadows across the weathered wood. From my position on the upper deck, I track Kaylee's movements as she explores Mother's whisper. She's traded her priestess robes for a simple blue sailor shirt and fitted brown pants. The outfit shouldn't suit her, but somehow it does. Her auburn hair catches the morning light, woven into a single thick braid that swings against her back as she moves. Those signature beads still thread through smaller braids near her temples, clicking softly with each step. What's this for? She runs her fingers along the ship's rail, pausing at a series of notches carved into the wood. Kill marks, Tanul answers before I can, his voice carrying that hint of mischief I've come to expect. Each one's a pirate ship we've sent to the depths. Her eyes widen, a mix of concern and fascination crossing her features. Really? No. I shoot Tanul a look that would wither a lesser man, but he merely grins back at me. They mark our successful trades. He thinks he's funny. In truth, I've grown accustomed to his attempts to embellish our maritime tales, though I'd never admit it to him. She laughs, the sound carrying on the salt breeze like wind chimes in a garden. Moving to the bow, she leans over to watch the waves break against the hull, her braid dangling precariously close to the spray. My muscles tense, ready to move if she leans too far. The protective instinct surprises me. I've seen seasoned sailors take far more dangerous positions without stirring such a response. The water's so clear here. She points down. Look at those fish. I've seen thousands of fish in my years at sea, but I find myself moving closer to look where she's pointing. Her excitement is infectious. She bounces on her toes, nearly pressing against my arm as she gestures at the silver shapes darting beneath the surface. I watch Kaylee descend to the main deck, her fingers trailing along the polished banister. Everything seems new through her eyes, the way she pauses to study the intricate carvings of sea creatures along the gunwale, how she traces the weathered rope coils with careful fingers. What's this symbol mean? She points to one of the Mother's marks carved into the hull. Protection during storms, I call down, though I've never actually needed it. Tanul's shoulder brushes mine as he leans against the rail beside me. So, going to tell me what this is about? What's about? Don't play dense, the priestess. He nods toward Kaylee, who's now examining the ship's bell with fascination. You've never brought a passenger aboard before, let alone a woman of the cloth. And you're not one to invite a woman to your bed for the sake of keeping it warm. I grip the rail tighter. I saw her dancing in the square last night. And something. The words stick in my throat. Something pulled me toward her, like an anchor chain wrapping around my chest. Sounds painful. It wasn't. I watch as Kaylee discovers the compass mounted near the helm. One night wouldn't have been enough. I needed to understand why. Why what? Why she makes my tattoos sing. The confession slips from my lips without restraint. Tanul's eyebrows shoot up. That's poetic. Shut up. No, really. I didn't know you had it in you. He grins, but his eyes are serious. Just be careful. The Mother's priestesses aren't known for casual dalliances. It's not like that, I protest, even as my tattoos shine brighter at the thought. I stride to the wheel, my fingers finding their familiar grooves in the worn wood. The spindles press against my palms, grounding me as my mind threatens to spiral. Below, Kaylee continues her exploration, her delighted gasps carrying across the deck each time she discovers something new. My tattoos pulse with a gentle warmth when she passes beneath me, like ripples across still water. The sensation isn't unpleasant, far from it, but it's unfamiliar, unsettling. In all my years at sea, I have never experienced anything like it. Tanul's presence at my shoulder is as constant as the North Star, but today it grates on my nerves. His silence speaks volumes. He wants answers I can't give, explanations I don't have. The truth is, I don't understand it myself. That magnetic pull in the square, the electricity when our skin meets, the way my markings react to her mere presence, none of it makes sense. A flash of auburn catches my eye as Kaylee bends to examine the intricate carvings near the bow. My grip tightens on the wheel. The morning sun catches her hair, turning those tiny beads into stars again, and something in my chest constricts. It's the same feeling that possessed me to invite her aboard. This inexplicable need to keep her close, to understand why the sight of her makes my skin burn. The wheel creaks under my white-knuckled grip. I force my fingers to relax, but the tension remains coiled in my shoulders. Behind me, Tanul shifts his weight, and I can practically feel his knowing smirk burning into the back of my head. Let him think what he wants. Some things are better left unsaid. "You're already in too deep," Tanul murmurs, his voice low enough that only I can hear. "The way your markings light up when she's near, never seen anything like it. Face it, Captain. You're caught in her current." The words hit like a punch to the gut, but before I can respond, footsteps approach from behind. "The sea is beautiful today." Kaylee's voice rings clear across the deck. She bounds up the steps to join us at the helm, that infectious energy of hers making the air itself feel lighter. My tattoos flare to life, their usual teal glow brightening to an almost white-hot intensity. I cross my arms trying to hide them, but it's too late. I catch Tianul's knowing smirk. "I've never seen anything like it," Kaylee says, stepping between us. The morning light catches those silver beads in her hair, creating tiny constellations that shift with each movement. She leans into the salt spray, eyes drifting closed as the wind plays with loose strands of auburn around her face. My hands itch to brush those strands back, to trace the path of those tiny freckles across her nose. Damn it. Tanul's right. This pull, whatever it is, has already dragged me under. I'm drowning in the way she makes my skin sing, in how her presence sets every nerve ending alight, in the pure joy she finds in simply existing. "I've never felt so free," she breathes, and something in my chest constricts painfully. Tanul clears his throat. "I'll check on the rigging." He squeezes my shoulder as he passes, the gesture both supportive and warning. I grip the wheel tighter, watching Kaylee's profile as she drinks in the horizon. The rising sun paints her skin gold, and my markings pulse in time with my thundering heart. I'm already lost.
Chapter 12. Kaylira. I tug at the neckline of my spare robes, grimacing at how the fabric clings to my skin. The embroidered mark of the mother sits heavy across my chest, its golden threads catching the dim morning light, filtering through the cabin's porthole. These aren't my favourite robes, too tight, too restricting. But with that unfortunate mead stain on my usual set, I don't have much choice. "Hard to port," a voice calls from above. "We're coming into harbour." My heart leaps into my throat. My first new port, another festival, another chance to see how different places celebrate the Mother's grace. I abandon the struggle with my robes and scramble for my shoes, nearly tripping over them in my excitement. "Watch the stern line," another sailor shouts, followed by the thunder of footsteps across the deck. My fingers fumble with the laces of my shoes. Come on, I mutter, willing them to cooperate. The right one finally yields, and I yank the left one on without bothering to tie it properly. The ship tilts slightly, and I grab the edge of my small bed to steady myself. Through the porthole, I catch a glimpse of something. Buildings, perhaps, or the shadow of a harbour wall. My heart races faster. "Ready the mooring lines?" That's all I need to hear. I spring up from the bed, my untied shoe be damned, and rush toward the door. The Mother's mark on my robes might be stiff and formal, but even it can't contain my joy. I burst onto the deck, my untied lace whipping against my ankle. The sight before me steals my breath. Draelith spreads out like a tapestry of light and colour, lanterns strung between buildings like strings of stars fallen to earth. "Sweet mother," I whisper, gripping the ship's railing. The scent of roasted meat and sweet pastries drifts across the water, mingling with salt air and incense. Music floats up from at least 3 different directions, competing melodies somehow weaving together into something magical. "Going to trip over that shoe if you're not careful." Shay's voice carries a hint of amusement. "Oh, right." I drop to one knee, quickly securing the rebellious lace. When I stand, I catch him watching me, his eyes lingering on the way these robes pull across my shoulders. Heat creeps up my neck, but another burst of music draws my attention back to the city. "Look at those banners!" I point to the crimson and gold streamers dancing in the evening breeze. "They're using the Mother's ancient symbols. See how they've woven the spiral of creation with the crown of stars. I've only seen that in old texts." "Breathe, little priestess." Shay chuckles, the sound low and rich. The city isn't going anywhere. "But there's so much to see." I lean forward, counting at least 3 different temple spires rising above the rooftops. "Listen, they're using the traditional drums. I didn't know they celebrated that way here." The ship bumps gently against the dock, and I bounce on my toes, practically vibrating with anticipation. A group of children races past on the waterfront, trailing ribbons and laughing. The aroma of spiced wine wafts stronger now, and I can see vendors setting up their stalls along the harbour walk. "Mother's mercy," Shay mutters. "You're like a puppy that's just discovered there's more than one kind of treat in the world." "More like a priestess who's discovered there's more than one way to worship," I counter, still drinking in every detail of the bustling port city. "Now, are you going to help me down to the dock, or do I have to climb over the side myself? Patience isn't your strong suit, is it?" Shay's laugh ripples through the air, deep and rich. My fingers drum against the railing as I watch the crew scramble around the deck. I've been patient my whole life, stuck in one temple. I bounce on my toes, the leather of my shoes creaking. Now there's a whole city of celebrations waiting. "The gangplank first, little priestess." He gestures to where Fennec and Arlen are hauling the heavy wooden plank. "Unless you're planning to swim?" "Don't tempt me." I lean over the rail, watching the water lap against the stone dock, though these robes would probably drag me straight to the bottom. The gangplank scrapes across the deck as the sailors manoeuvre it into position. My beaded braids clink together as I crane my neck, trying to see past the workers to where strings of lanterns cast their glow across the harbour. "Almost there," Shay murmurs, his hand ghosting near my lower back, not quite touching, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his skin. The plank tilts forward, and Fennec calls out, "Watch your heads below." It lands with a resonating thud that echoes off the stone dock. The impact sends vibrations through the ship's deck, and I steady myself against the railing, my fingers brushing against Shay's in the process. That familiar spark of electricity shoots up my arm, and I quickly pull away. "There," Arlen announces, securing the ropes. "Now you can stop bouncing around like a caged songbird." But I'm already scurrying forward. I get halfway down before Shay's voice calls out my name. "Slow down," he calls after me. "This isn't your temple garden." I spin around, walking backwards on the weathered planks. But look at everything, the lanterns, the music. Oh, is that incense? "Kaylee." His voice carries that stern note I'm starting to recognise. "Stay close. Port cities aren't always kind to priestesses wandering alone." The memory of those dark elves in that dark alley in Voig creeps up in the back of my mind, but I push it away, determined not to let the actions of ignorant men dictate what I can and can't do. "Then keep up." I turn back around, practically skipping toward a stall draped in shimmering fabrics. The scent of saffron and cardamom mingles with sea salt, making my mouth water. Behind me, I hear Tannel chuckle. "Go on, Captain. I'll handle things here." "The manifests need—" Shay starts. "Need to wait." Tannel cuts him off. "Don't worry. I'll make sure we meet our sales today." I pause at the edge of the dock, bouncing on my toes. "Shay, there's a puppet show starting. Look at those costumes. They're telling the story of the mother's first dawn." "Mother's mercy," Shay mutters, but I catch his smile as he strides toward me. His tattoos shimmer faintly in the lantern light, drawing curious glances from passers-by. "Finally!" I grab his arm, tugging him toward the gathering crowd.
Chapter 13. Shaedryn. I weave through the crowded streets, keeping pace with Kaylee as she darts between vendors and revelers. Her new robes, a deep crimson silk that clings to her curves and flows like water with each movement, are making it difficult to focus on anything else. The fabric drapes across her shoulders, leaving her collarbones exposed, and cinches at her waist before falling in elegant folds to her feet. Golden embroidery catches the lantern light, drawing my eye to places I shouldn't be looking. "That sailor deserves a raise in wages," I mutter under my breath. "What was that?" Kaylee spins around, her hair catching the light. "Nothing." I clear my throat. "Just thinking about ship business." She grabs my hand, sending a jolt through my tattoos. "Tell me about the lanterns. I've never seen so many. Do they really set them all adrift?" "Every year." I guide her past a group of stumbling drunks. "The people here believe sending lanterns across the water carries their devotion directly to the mother." "What do they call this celebration?" Kaylee's fingers tighten around mine, her warmth seeping into my skin. "The Night of 1,000 Lanterns, though there are far more than that these days. And they all float out to sea tonight?" Her hazel eyes sparkle with anticipation. "Once the sun sets?" "Every last one." I pause as a group of young elven women skip across the road before us, paper lanterns clutched in their small hands. The entire harbor glows, like stars have fallen into the water. Kaylee releases a dreamy sigh. I can only imagine how beautiful that must be. "You won't have to imagine." I tug her closer as a drunk man stumbles too near. "We're not leaving until you've seen it yourself." Her smile lights up her entire face. "Promise?" "Promise." The word slips out before I can stop it, but I find I don't regret it. A savory aroma draws her attention, and she pulls me toward a vendor grilling skewers of meat and vegetables. "What's that smell?" "Spiced lamb." I fish out a few coins. "2, please." The vendor hands them over with a knowing wink that I pointedly ignore. Kaylee takes a tentative bite, then her eyes widen. "This is incredible. Here, try mine. It has different spices than yours." Before I can protest, she's holding her skewer to my lips. The intimacy of the gesture catches me off guard, but I lean in and take a bite. The flavor explodes on my tongue, sweet and spicy. "Good, right?" She beams, already scanning the crowd. "Oh, are those fire dancers?" Sure enough, a group of performers twirl flaming batons in intricate patterns. The flames paint Kaylee's skin in warm gold as she watches, transfixed. My tattoos pulse in time with her occasional gasps of delight. "I've never seen anything like this," she breathes, unconsciously leaning back against my chest. I should step away. I don't. The fire dancers weave patterns in the night, but all I can focus on is the warmth of Kaylee's body against my chest. Her hair tickles my arm, carrying the scent of temple incense and sea spray. My tattoos pulse with each beat of her heart. Or is it mine? They've never reacted this way before. She takes another bite of her lamb, and a strand of auburn hair catches in the meat. "Oh, bother," she mutters, trying to manage both the food and her wayward locks. Without thinking, I reach down and gather her hair, sweeping it over her shoulder. My fingers brush her neck, and the contact sends sparks through my veins. Her skin is soft, warm. Thank you. She tips her head back, meeting my gaze with those bright hazel eyes. A smile curves her lips, genuine and sweet, and completely unconscious of what it does to me. By all the gods, my knees nearly buckle. A priestess. She's a priestess of the Mother. The thought pounds through my head like a war drum. I shouldn't want her like this. Shouldn't imagine how those lips would taste, or how perfectly she fits against me, or... The way they move with the flames, she says. It's like they're dancing with the Mother's own fire. I grunt in response, not trusting my voice. My fingers still tingle where they touched her skin. Mother, if you're listening, and I know you are, you meddlesome goddess, have mercy on me. Because right now, watching the firelight paint shadows across Kaylee's face, I'm falling. Hard. And I don't think I want to stop. Look at those masks! Kaylee slips from my side, darting toward a vendor's stall displaying intricate festival masks. The loss of her warmth against me leaves an unexpected void. I follow, scanning the growing crowd. A pickpocket eyes Kaylee's coin purse. My glare sends him scurrying. 2 drunk sailors stumble too close, but my hand on her shoulder guides her safely aside. These are beautiful! She holds up a delicate creation of silver and pearl. That's the Mother's tear, the vendor says. For the night she wept with joy at humanity's first act of pure love. How much? Kaylee reaches for her purse. 3 ducat. 2, I counter, noting the inferior metalwork. The vendor hesitates. For the lovely priestess, 2.5. I slide $3 across his table instead. The metalwork's flaking. 1.25, final offer. He grumbles but wraps the mask. You didn't have to, Kaylee starts. I wanted to. I secure the mask in my belt pouch. Besides, watching you haggle would have been painful. She laughs, the sound drawing attention from nearby revelers. I'll have you know I'm excellent at bargaining, says the woman who nearly paid triple market value. You would have been raising the price instead of lowering it. Oh, is that another puppet show? She's already moving again, weaving through the crowd. I trail behind, watching a group of rough-looking men track her movement. My tattoos pulse with warning. The men catch my eye and quickly look away. Kaylee spins back to face me. Aren't you curious about the story? I've heard them all. So practical. She pokes my chest. Can I watch anyway? I scan the area, mostly families and merchants now. The fortune teller's tent sits in a well-lit square surrounded by lantern makers preparing for tonight's ceremony. Fine, but stay here, I'll be right back. Yes, Captain, she mock salutes. I mean it, Kaylee. I know. Her expression softens. I'll be careful. Promise. I watch her join the small audience, then slip into a nearby alley. I have my own preparations to make before tonight's ceremony.
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 14. Kailira. The dancers move like water through silk. their bodies creating patterns that remind me of sacred symbols. I take another sip of the sweet Dralithian wine, letting its honeyed warmth spread through my chest. The cup is delicate crystal, catching the light of nearby lanterns and creating tiny rainbows on my hands. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" a woman beside me asks, her own eyes fixed on the performance. "Never. In Voig, our dances are more—" I pause, searching for the right word. "Structured. This is pure poetry in motion." The drums pick up tempo, and the dancers' scarves paint the air in sweeping arcs of crimson and gold. My feet itch to join them, to feel the rhythm course through my body the way it did during the festival where I first met Shay. "Oh, Mother above," I whisper, clutching my goblet tighter as one dancer spins so fast her scarf becomes a spiral of starlight. I glance back at the puppet show where Shay left me, only a few feet away. He'd given me that stern look, the one that made his silver eyes glint like steel. "Stay here," he'd said, as if I were a child who might wander into traffic. "You should join them," the woman says, nodding toward the dancers. "I wish I could." The wine makes my head pleasantly light, and I sway slightly to the music. "But I promise to stay put. Well, mostly put. This isn't really that far from where I'm supposed to be." The woman laughs gently. The drums reach a crescendo, and the dancers drop to their knees in perfect unison, their scarves floating down around them like autumn leaves. The crowd erupts in applause, and I nearly spill my wine joining in. A gentle touch on my shoulder sends wine sloshing in my cup. I spin around, my heart skipping, and there's Shay. His silver eyes catch the festival lights, but it's what he's holding that steals my breath. A lantern unlike any I've seen before. Delicate silver wire forms intricate patterns that remind me of ocean waves, and pressed flowers are preserved between panels parchment. "You disappeared just to get this." The words come out softer than I intend. "I thought you might want to participate properly." His fingers trace one of the wire patterns. "These aren't like the mass-produced ones they're selling in the square." "It's beautiful." I reach out to touch it, then pull my hand back. I've never seen craftsmanship like this. His lips quirk up at one corner. "I thought we could release it from Mother's whisper. The view of the bay is better from the bow, and you won't have to dodge drunk revellers." My wine-warmed cheeks heat further. The way he says it, practical, matter-of-fact, but his eyes tell a different story. They hold mine, intense and searching, like he's trying to read something written in my soul. "I'd love that." The words barely make it past my throat. His tattoos pulse once, quick and bright, and something inside me resonates with the glow. The lantern catches it, throwing scattered light across his face, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. I manage a nod, suddenly unable to find more words while drowning in those otherworldly eyes. The delicate wire patterns on the lantern mesmerize me as we walk. My fingers trace each curve and wave, feeling the subtle texture of preserved petals between the parchment panels. The craftsmanship is incredible. Look how they've woven these tiny... A blur of movement. The world spins as Shay's arm wraps around my waist, pulling me behind him. The lantern nearly slips from my grasp. Metal glints in the festival lights, Shay's dagger, drawn and ready. A cloaked figure emerges from the shadows between buildings, hood obscuring most of their face. My heart pounds until I catch a glimpse beneath the hood. A woman, her eyes reflecting the glow of nearby lanterns. She raises one finger, pointing directly at me. "The mother's eyes are upon you." The words send a chill down my spine despite the warmth of the evening. My throat tightens, but I manage to keep my voice steady. "As they are upon all of us." I force my lips into what I hope is a gracious smile, though my hands tremble slightly against the lantern's frame. Shay's hand finds the small of my back, warm and steady through my robes. He guides me forward, his body still partially shielding mine from the stranger. His dagger remains drawn, catching the light of festival lanterns as we pass. The hooded woman makes no move to follow, but I can feel her gaze boring into my back until we turn the corner onto the docks. The wooden planks of Shay's ship creak beneath my feet as we make our way to the bow. My heart flutters with each step, though whether from the encounter with the hooded woman or Shay's proximity, I'm not sure. The night air carries the scent of salt and festival spices. Below us, the water laps against the hull in a gentle rhythm. Lanterns dot the shoreline like fallen stars, their light dancing on the dark waves. Here. Shay's voice is soft as he positions us at the perfect spot. His hands are steady as he opens the lantern's tiny door, the metal warm from his touch. He produces a match and with practiced grace lights the candle inside. The flame catches, casting a warm glow through the preserved petals. I look around, frowning. Where's yours? My what? Your lantern. Surely you're not just here to help me with mine. He shakes his head. I don't typically participate in nonsense. I shift the lantern between us. Share mine. It's bad luck to watch others send their devotions while holding none of your own. I'm not sure if that's true, but it feels right. Kaylee. Please? I hold the lantern out, my fingers trembling slightly against the delicate wire frame. The mother's blessings are meant to be shared. His silver eyes search mine for a long moment before he steps closer. The heat of him wraps around me as his hands cover mine on the lantern. His tattoos pulse once, sending a shiver down my spine. Like this? His breath stirs my hair. I nod, not trusting my voice. His fingers are calloused but gentle where they brush against mine, and that strange resonance I felt earlier returns. A bell tolls across the harbour, its deep resonance settling in my bones. My heart flutters as thousands of tiny flames begin to dot the shoreline, a wave of light spreading like stars falling to earth. Now? I whisper, my fingers trembling against the delicate wire frame of our lantern. Now. Shay's voice is soft against my ear, his hands steady where they cover mine. Together, we lift the lantern. The preserved petals glow amber from within, casting dancing shadows across his face. His tattoos pulse once, bright and sudden, matching the rhythm of my racing heart. Mother, guide us, I murmur, the traditional blessing. But the words catch in my throat as Shay's fingers interlace with mine. We release the lantern, and it catches an invisible current, drifting up and away. I should watch it join the others, should marvel at the way they paint the night sky with their devotion. Instead, my gaze is drawn to Shay's profile, the sharp line of his jaw, the way the lantern light catches in his silver eyes. He turns to me, and the world narrows to this moment, his hands still ghosting over mine, the salt breeze playing with loose strands of my hair, the warmth radiating from his body. Kaylee. He breathes my name like a prayer. The lanterns drift above us, their light turning his ashen skin to gold, but I can't look away from his eyes. Something electric passes between us, that same resonance I've felt since the moment we met, growing stronger with each heartbeat. His tattoos pulse again, brighter this time, and I swear I can feel an answering warmth in my chest, like the mother herself has reached down and plucked a string that connects us. Thank you, he says quietly.
Chapter 15. Shaedryn. In the earliest hours of the morning, I step out of my cabin, tugging at my sleeve where it's bunched up beneath my leather vest. The fabric catches on the worn edges, a minor irritation that matches my restless mood. The door clicks shut behind me with a familiar creak of old hinges, and I turn, right into Kaylee. My hands find her waist instinctively, steadying her before she can fall. The movement brings her close enough that I catch the lingering scent of Drelithian wine and sea salt in her hair. Her hands press against my chest, warm even through the leather, and my tattoos pulse with an unexpected warmth that spreads like wildfire beneath my skin. The teal markings flicker briefly in the dim light, betraying emotions I'd rather keep hidden. Sorry. The words tumble out as I remember last night's foolishness. Thank you. What kind of response was that to her sharing such an intimate moment? My fingers flex unconsciously against her waist, caught between the urge to pull her closer and step away. Always catching me when I fall, she says, looking up with those bright hazel eyes. The morning sun, streaming through the porthole, reflects off of her beaded hair, creating a halo effect that reminds me of how she looked last night in the lantern's glow. Someone has to. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I should step back, but my hands remain at her waist, fingers splayed against the soft fabric of her robes. And here I thought you were just being a gentleman. A teasing smile plays at her lips. Heat creeps up my neck. I can't help thinking about what an idiot I was last night. Why did I thank her? What was I even thanking her for? For letting me release the lantern with her? For holding my hand? For existing? I made a fool out of myself, didn't I? You're up early. The words come out softer than I intend. My hands finally drop from her waist, though the warmth lingers on my palms. Dawn prayers were part of my daily routine at the temple. Kaylee tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Well, since we're both up, I gesture down the corridor. Care to join me for breakfast? The crew's usually entertaining at this hour. Do they throw food instead of just spilling drinks on innocent priestesses? I bark out a laugh, only on special occasions. The galley bustles with life as we enter. Fennec's hanging over the counter, trying to sweet-talk Cook into a third helping. The old man swats at him with a wooden spoon, while Arlen eggs him on. "Morning, Captain!" Wren raises his mug. His grin widens when he spots Kaylee. "And the lovely lady graces us with her presence." Got room for 2 more? I ask, though it's not really a question. The crew shifts, making space at the table. "Always room for beauty," Fennec calls out, abandoning his quest for extra portions. I shoot him a look that has him suddenly very interested in his plate. I'll get us something to eat. "I can get my own," Kaylee starts. "Oh, let me." The words come out more like an order than I mean them to. I soften my tone. "Please." She settles into the seat I pull out for her, right beside mine. Cook's already prepared 2 plates, sliding them across with a knowing look that I pretend not to see. Tonnel slides into the seat next to Kaylee, his smile too bright for this early hour. "Good morning, my lady. Sleep well after all the excitement?" My jaw tightens. The ledger in my hand suddenly seems more interesting than it actually is. "Quite well, thank you." Kaylee's voice carries that musical lilt that makes my tattoos tingle. Though I'm still seeing lanterns when I close my eyes. Tonnel chuckles. "Speaking of last night's festivities, the profits weren't bad at all, Shay. That silk merchant practically threw his coin at us." I glance up from the numbers, catching Tanul's knowing smirk. My fingers drum against the table. Could have gotten more if you hadn't been so eager to close the deal. "Some of us wanted to enjoy the festival," he winks at Kaylee, "unlike certain brooding captains who—" "Illimar's next," I cut in, refusing to rise to his bait. "Smaller port, but the merchants there are desperate for Drelithian goods." "Illimar?" Kaylee perks up, her spoon pausing halfway to her mouth. "I've heard they have the most beautiful sunset ceremonies for the mother." "They do," Tanul says before I can respond, "though the celebrations aren't quite as grand as Drelith's." I shoot him a look that could freeze the ocean. He responds with an innocent shrug that's anything but. "The ceremonies might be smaller," I say, leaning slightly closer to Kaylee, "but they're more authentic, less commercial." "More intimate," Tanul adds, and I resist the urge to kick him under the table. Instead, I focus on my breakfast, pretending not to notice how Kaylee's knee brushes against mine when she shifts in her seat. What's Illimar like? Kaylee leans forward, her knee bumping against mine again. I've never heard of it, other than the sunsets. My mouth goes dry. The warmth from her touch spreads up my leg, making my skin buzz with an unfamiliar energy. I reach for my drink, but my fingers fumble with the cup. They're quite traditional, Tanul jumps in, saving me from my sudden inability to form coherent thoughts. Small farm and fishing town, really. But they've got heart. The whole community comes together for the mother celebrations. Kaylee's eyes light up. What are they like? The celebrations are nice. Tanul gestures with his spoon. That's partly why they need us. We bring supplies they can't get elsewhere. The profit margins are terrible, I managed to say, finding my voice. But our dear captain has a soft spot for them, Tanul interrupts with a knowing smile. Won't hear of skipping their port, no matter how little we make. Kaylee turns to me, her hazel eyes catching the morning light. Something in my stomach tightens, a sensation I've never felt before. It's not unpleasant, just unsettling. Like standing at the helm during a storm, knowing the next wave could either lift you to the heavens or drag you under. That's very kind of you, she says softly. My tattoos flare with warmth, and I have to look away. Damn Tanul and his big mouth. And damn those eyes of hers.
Chapter 16, Kalira. The salt-tinged breeze whips around me as I trace my fingers along the ship's smooth wooden railing. Each step brings a new creak from the boards beneath my feet, a symphony I'm growing familiar with. The mother's whisper seems alive beneath me, dancing with the waves. Morning, miss. Wren tips his head as he passes, hauling a coil of rope across the deck. Need any help with that? Nah, you just enjoy your walk. He winks, continuing on his way. The sun warms my skin as I meander toward the bow, pausing to watch dolphins play in the wake. My heart skips when I sense his gaze on me again. It's been like this since we left port. This dance of stolen glances and careful distance has gone on for days. I adjust one of the beads in my hair, using the motion as an excuse to peek over my shoulder. There he stands, one hand resting easily on the wheel, the other brushing back a stray strand of black hair that's escaped his topknot. The wind toys with his loose white shirt, revealing glimpses of those fascinating tattoos underneath. His silver eyes catch mine, intense and unguarded. Heat floods my cheeks, and I quickly turn away, pressing my teeth into my bottom lip. My pulse thunders in my ears, drowning out even the crash of waves against the hull. Watch your step there, priestess, Tanul calls out as he passes. Rails slippery from the morning mist. I welcome the distraction, grateful for something to focus on besides the warmth spreading through my chest. Thanks for the warning. The mother's presence feels stronger out here on the open water than I would have thought. Or maybe it's just him. The way his attention wraps around me like a tangible thing, making every moment feel charged with possibility. A shiver runs through me as the wind picks up, carrying the bitter bite of evening. My thin temple robes, perfect for the warmth of festivals, offer little protection against the ocean's chill. Time to fetch my shawl. The stairs leading below deck creak under my feet. The lantern light casts strange shadows along the narrow passageway, and something about the atmosphere shifts. The hair on the back of my neck prickles. Well, look who it is. Fennec's voice slithers from behind me. He pushes off from where he's been lounging against the wall, blocking my path. Our little priestess all alone. I'm just heading to my cabin. I keep my voice steady, though my heart is racing like it wants to jump right out of my chest. What for? Arlen's bulk appears at the other end of the passage. Getting shy on us now? I need my shawl, if you'll excuse me. I try to step around Fennec, but he mirrors my movement. Come on, sweetheart. Fennec's grin doesn't reach his eyes. Stay and chat with us. We've been watching you up there, prancing around the deck. Such a waste to cover up something so pretty. Arlen's heavy footsteps draw closer. I back up, but there's nowhere to go. The walls press in on either side as they advance. My palms grow slick with sweat as I search for an escape route. I said, "Excuse me." The tremor in my voice betrays my fear. Or what? Fennec reaches for one of my beaded braids. You'll pray to your goddess? A bitter thought strikes my mind, wondering if these elves have any better comebacks to insult a goddess so far above them they can't even dream of touching her. Your precious goddess won't hear you down here, Fennec sneers, twirling one of my braids around his finger. And neither will the captain. I jerk my head away, my back pressing against the wall. The wooden planks dig into my spine, but I lift my chin. The mother hears everything. Does she now? Arlen's laugh echoes in the narrow space. Then why hasn't she struck us down yet? He steps closer, his bulk casting me in shadow. Face it, little priestess. You're just a human playing at importance. My pulse is thumping, filling my ears with a strange sound, but I refuse to show them fear. And you're just elves playing at superiority. Tell me, which caste were you before joining this crew? Zagfair? Or perhaps... I let my gaze drift meaningfully to their rough appearances. Defam? Fennec's face contorts with rage. His hand shoots out, grabbing my arm. Watch your mouth, human. Or what? I managed to rasp out. You'll prove me right? You think those robes makes you special? Arlen growls, closing in. That serving some goddess puts you above your station. His fingers dig into my arm. Out here, you're nothing but a human what? The temperature in the passageway drops suddenly, making my skin prickle. A familiar energy crackles through the air, and Fennec's grip on my throat loosens as Shay's voice cuts through the darkness like steel. Remove your hands from her. Now. The lantern light catches his tattoos, making them pulse with an eerie teal glow. His silver eyes burn with cold fury as he fills the narrow space, shoulders nearly touching both walls. Fennec's hand drops away. Captain, we were just what? Shay's words drip with venom. Harassing a guest on my ship? Testing how quickly I can throw you overboard? She was mouthing off about... Arlen starts. Did I ask for explanations? Shay steps forward, and both men instinctively retreat. The next time either of you so much as looks at her wrong, I'll personally ensure you spend the rest of your miserable lives cleaning chamber pots. My arm burns where Fennec grabbed me, but I can't help a small smile at how quickly their superiority crumbles under Shay's presence. Now get out of my sight. They shuffle past, keeping their eyes down. Fennec bumps my shoulder as he passes, but Shay's hand shoots out, catching his collar. That's strike one, Shay says quietly. Care to try for two? Fennec pales and hurries away, Arlen close behind. Their footsteps fade up the stairs, leaving me alone with Shay in the dim passageway. He positions himself between me and where they disappeared, his back straight and shoulders tense. The air still crackles with his anger, but when he speaks, his voice is gentle. Are you hurt? My fingers trace the bruise forming on my arm as shame washes over me. I shouldn't have provoked them. Now they'll resent you for stepping in. They already resented me. Shay's voice carries a dangerous edge. And you did nothing wrong. Those two have been looking for trouble since we left port. I wrap my arms around myself, the chill of the passageway seeping into my bones. Still, I should have been more diplomatic. Throwing their caste in their faces was exactly what they deserved. His silver eyes catch mine. Though I admit I'm impressed you picked up on that. Most humans wouldn't notice the subtle markers of caste. The temple receives all kinds, You learn to read people. The memory of Fennec's grip makes me shiver. Shay notices. His expression softens as he shrugs off his jacket and drapes it over my shoulders. The fabric carries his warmth and something else, a scent like cedar and sea spray. You're trembling. When's the last time you ate? Come to think of it, I'd skipped breakfast, too nervous about exploring the ship to feel hungry. That's what I thought. He gestures toward the stairs. My cabin's just over there. I can have some food brought up, somewhere quiet where you won't have to deal with the crew. I don't want to be any trouble. Kaylee. The way he says my name makes my heart skip. You're not trouble. You're my guest. A hint of a smile touches his lips. Besides, I'd appreciate the company. The warmth in his voice chases away the last of my unease. If you're certain. Trust me, little priestess. I'm certain.
Chapter 17. Shaedryn. The lantern light casts dancing shadows across my cabin walls as Kaylee moves through the space with a grace that makes my breath catch. Her fingers trail along the spine of an old navigational tome, and I find myself tracking her every movement. These are fascinating. She pulls out a weathered book, carefully opening its pages. I didn't expect a merchant captain to have such an extensive collection. Most aren't mine. I lean against my desk, crossing my arms. Tanul likes to store them here away from the others, though I've added a few. And this one? She holds up a leather-bound volume with silver clasps. My tattoos shimmer faintly as she touches it, something that's been happening more frequently in her presence. Ancient myths, stories about the old gods, including the mother. Her eyes light up, and the soft glow of the lantern catches the gold flecks in her hazel irises. Some. I clear my throat, trying to ignore how the candlelight makes her skin glow, though I doubt they're as accurate as what you've learned in the temple. Oh! She tucks a strand of auburn hair behind her ear, those silver beads catching the light. And what makes you say that? Just seems like you'd know more about her than some dusty old book. She laughs, the sound warming the cabin more than any lantern could. Knowledge comes in many forms. Mother teaches us that wisdom can be found in unexpected places. Her fingers brush mine as she hands me the book, sending a jolt through my tattoos that I pray she doesn't notice. Is that what she teaches? I manage to keep my voice steady despite the electricity running through my veins. Among other things. She moves closer, studying the glowing patterns on my arm. These are beautiful. I've never seen anything quite like them. The space between us shrinks, and I can smell the subtle scent of temple incense in her hair. Neither have I. We settle at the small table in my cabin, the gentle rock of the ship creating a peaceful rhythm beneath us. The food is simple: bread, cheese, dried fruit. But Kaylee seems content, breaking off small pieces with delicate fingers. So how does a girl end up devoted to the mother? The question slips out before I can think better of it, with the sole purpose of hearing her voice again. She pauses, a piece of bread halfway to her lips. Not much of a story, really. My parents died when I was very young. My chest tightens at the sadness that flickers across her face. I'm sorry. Don't be. I barely remember them. She sets the bread down, smoothing her napkin. My uncle took me in. He was... well, he tried his best. But he had no idea what to do with a little girl who spent more time talking to temple statues than playing with other children. A soft laugh escapes her. I always felt her presence, you know. The mother. Even before I knew what it meant. My tattoos glimmer faintly at her words. Most people claim connection to the gods. Few actually feel it. That's just it. The other priestesses. They study the texts, perform the rituals, but Sometimes I wonder if they truly feel her. Her eyes meet mine across the table. I never had to learn about her. I just knew. Like breathing. And your uncle? He supported my devotion, even if he didn't understand it. When I was 16, I left for the temple. Didn't even wait for them to accept me. Just showed up and refused to leave until they did. The image of a younger Kaylee, stubborn and determined, makes me smile. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. What about you? Kaylee pops a dried apricot between her lips, and my thoughts scatter like startled birds. The fruit stains her mouth a deeper shade of pink, and I force myself to look anywhere else. What do you want to know about me? She laughs, the sound like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Everything. Anything. I find my curiosity about you rather limitless. I take a long drink from my cup to hide the satisfaction that blooms in my chest at her words. The wine is bitter on my tongue, but I welcome the distraction. Tell me about your childhood, she says, leaning forward. Your parents? The question turns the wine sour. My jaw tightens involuntarily. Not much to tell. Shay. Just my name, soft and encouraging. My mother left when I was young. The words curdle my stomach. My father found comfort in bottles rather than his son. They taught me exactly what kind of person I didn't want to become. The silence stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. Kaylee's hand slides across the table, covering mine. Her touch is warm, gentle. Everything my childhood wasn't. The contact sends a ripple through my tattoos, but I don't pull away. Looking at her now, bathed in lantern light with concern etched across her features, I realize something that shakes me to my core. I would endure it all again. Every abandoned night, every drunken rage, if it meant finding my way here, to this moment with her hand on mine. I never knew why she left. The words spilled from my lips like water through a broken dam. One morning she was just gone. No note, no explanation. Kaylee's thumb traces circles on my palm, and my tattoos pulse in response. How old were you? 7. I take another sip of wine. Young enough to blame myself. Old enough to remember every detail. Oh, Shay. Her voice carries a warmth that makes my chest ache. It's ancient history. I shrug, but don't pull my hand away. Though I suppose it's why I named the ship what I did. Some foolish hope that maybe... I trail off, realizing I've never admitted this to anyone. That maybe she'd hear about it? Kaylee finishes softly. That's not foolish at all. The candlelight flickers across her face as she stifles a yawn. Her eyes are heavy-lidded now, the wine and late hour taking their toll. You should rest, I say, but she shakes her head. Tell me more about the ship, about your travels. Her words slur slightly as she curls up on my sofa, tucking her feet beneath her. Please. I describe the coastal cities we visit, the strange cargo we've carried, the storms we've weathered. With each story, her responses grow shorter, her blinks longer, until finally her head drops to the side, auburn hair spilling across the cushions. My voice trails off as I watch her chest rise and fall in the steady rhythm of sleep. A strand of hair has fallen across her face, and my fingers itch to brush it away. The lantern light catches on her silver beads, creating tiny constellations in her hair. Something shifts in my chest, an unfamiliar warmth that spreads through me like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. My tattoos emit a soft, steady glow that matches her breathing. I should wake her, escort her back to her cabin. Instead, I find myself frozen, memorizing the curve of her cheek, the slight part of her lips, the peace in her expression. The feeling in my chest expands until it's almost uncomfortable, yet I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Chapter 18. Kaylira. I wake to sunlight streaming through the small window of my cabin, my mind hazy with fragments of last night. The gentle rock of the ship feels different, steadier, more rhythmic. We must have docked while I slept. My fingers trace the edge of my blanket as memories filter back. I'd fallen asleep in Shay's cabin, on his sofa. The last thing I remember is his voice, low and soothing, telling stories of distant ports. Then, warmth. Strong arms sliding beneath my knees and shoulders. My head had lolled against his chest, and I'd caught the scent of salt air and leather. The steady thrum of his heartbeat. His tattoos had given off a faint glow in the darkness of the corridor. Just a few more steps, he'd murmured, probably thinking I was fully asleep. I remember the gentle way he'd laid me down, how his calloused fingers had brushed a strand of hair from my face. The touch had lingered, just for a moment, before he'd pulled away. The blanket he'd draped over me still carries a trace of his scent. Sitting up now, I notice the ship's different motion again. The usual pitch and roll has been replaced by gentler movements, like we're cradled in the harbour's embrace rather than dancing with the open sea. We must be in Illimar, I whisper to myself, excitement building in my chest. Another port, another celebration of the mother's love. My fingers find one of my beaded strands of hair, twirling it absently as I think of Shay's careful touch from the night before. I step onto the deck, shielding my eyes against the bright morning sun. The air here smells different, fresher, with hints of pine and wildflowers mixing with the usual salt breeze. The crew bustles around me, hauling crates and barrels onto a weathered wooden dock that creaks under their footsteps. Illimar spreads before me, nestled between rolling hills and dense forest. Unlike the imposing stone structures of Voig or the colourful markets of Draelith, this village embraces simplicity. Thatched roof cottages dot the landscape, their windows adorned with hanging baskets overflowing with bright blooms. Smoke curls from clay chimneys, and children chase each other through narrow dirt paths between the houses. Movement catches my eye, and my breath catches like a lump of bread lodged in my throat. Shay stands on the dock, his shirt discarded in the growing heat. Sweat glistens on his ashen skin, making his tattoos shimmer with an otherworldly glow. The muscles in his back flex as he lifts another crate, the intricate patterns of teal light shifting with each movement. His black hair, usually so neat, has come loose from its tie, strands clinging to his cheek and forehead. Heat floods my cheeks. I've seen attractive men before, but this feels different, like something deeper than mere physical appreciation. His head turns, silver eyes finding mine. A grin spreads across his face, not his usual controlled smile, but something genuine and warm. He sets down his crate and jogs toward me, closing the distance between us. "Sleep well?" he asks, and I remember again how tenderly he'd carried me to my cabin last night. "Yes," I murmur, my gaze traitorously drawn to a bead of sweat trailing down his chest, following the path of one glowing tattoo. I force my eyes back to his face, heat creeping up my neck. "The village is beautiful this time of year." Shay runs his fingers through his hair, pushing the damp strands back from his face. My fingers itch to help, to feel if his hair is as silky as it looks. "Would you like a tour? The festival preparations should be starting soon." "I'd love that." The words come out breathier than intended. "Let me just..." He gestures vaguely at his bare chest, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips. "Make myself more presentable." "Oh." I try not to sound disappointed. "Of course." "Wait for me by the gangplank." I nod, watching him stride away. The muscles in his back shift with each step, those mesmerizing tattoos dancing across his skin. Mother help me. Minutes later, he returns wearing a crisp shirt that somehow makes him look even more striking. He offers his arm with an exaggerated flourish. My lady. Such a gentleman, I tease, slipping my hand into the crook of his elbow. His skin is warm through the fabric. We make our way down the gangplank, the weathered wood creaking beneath our feet. The simple dock stretches before us, nothing like the grand stone ports of Voig. Here, everything feels more genuine, more connected to the earth and sea. Watch your step, Shay murmurs, his free hand coming up to steady me as we reach the dock. These boards unsteady. The dirt path crunches beneath our feet as we walk, my hand still tucked into Shay's elbow. Every few steps, someone calls out to him, children waving from doorways, women offering fresh-baked bread, men clasping his shoulder in greeting. Shay, the usual shipment? A weathered man with kind eyes holds up a basket of herbs. Double it this time, Marcus. Shay's voice carries a warmth I've never heard before. And add some of that tea your wife makes. My guest has a fondness for it. He glances down at me, a soft smile playing at his lips. We pass a group of children playing with wooden swords. They abandon their game to crowd around Shay, tugging at his clothes. Did you bring us anything? Maybe. He winks, reaching into his pocket to produce several wrapped candies. You're different here, I say as we continue down the path. Wildflowers peek through cracks in the packed earth, and the air smells of fresh bread and pine needles. More relaxed. These people don't want anything from me except what I can fairly give them. He nods to an elderly woman tending her garden. No politics, no schemes, just honest trade. A cool breeze rustles through the trees, carrying the sound of distant singing. Unlike the grand temples and marble fountains of Voig, Illimar's beauty lies in its simplicity, in the way morning glories climb up rough-hewn fence posts, in the carefully tended vegetable gardens behind each home. Mrs. Thimbley, Shay calls out to a woman hanging laundry. Is that the festival song I hear? Indeed it is. The young ones are practicing in the square. She beams at me. Will your lovely friend be joining our celebration? If she'd like to, he answers, but his eyes are on me, gauging my reaction. I wouldn't miss it, I say, squeezing his arm gently. The gesture feels natural, as does the way he leans slightly into my touch. An elderly woman approaches, leaning heavily on a gnarled cane. Without missing a beat, Shay rises and steadies her with a gentle hand. Mrs. Rosewood, you shouldn't be out in this heat. Nonsense, she waves him off. I heard you were back. Brought you some of those sweet rolls you like. You spoil me. His smile reaches his eyes, making the silver gleam warmer somehow. But you should be resting that hip. I'll rest when I'm dead, she retorts, but there's fondness in her voice. Now, who's this lovely young lady? This is Kaylee, Shay says, and something in his tone makes my cheeks warm. She's a priestess of the Mother. Mrs. Rosewood's eyes light up. The Mother's blessing on you, child. We don't get many of her devoted ones here. She presses the basket of rolls into my hands. Share these with him, dear. Make sure he actually eats something besides saltfish and hardtack. I watch as Shay guides her back to her cottage, his tall frame bent attentively to hear her quiet words. Each interaction reveals another layer to him, like petals slowly unfurling to reveal the heart of a flower. Watching Shay now, I begin to understand why my goddess might have drawn me to him.
Chapter 19. Shaedryn. I lean against the worn stone wall, watching Kaylee interact with the village children in the square. The modest space spreads before us, rough-hewn stones scattered across the ground like nature's own mosaic. Wooden market stalls line the edges, their weathered awnings providing patches of shade from the afternoon sun. A simple stone fountain bubbles at the center, its gentle sound mixing with children's laughter. My breath catches as a small girl with braided hair approaches Kaylee, clutching a wildflower in her tiny fist. "You're beautiful," the child declares, offering up her treasure. Kaylee's face lights up as she accepts the flower, tucking it behind her ear. "And you're even more beautiful," she says, tapping the girl's nose playfully. The red fabric of her robes shifts in the breeze, drawing my attention. The neckline dips just low enough to reveal her delicate collarbone. And those damn panels. Every gust of wind gives me glimpses of her legs that send heat coursing through my veins. The sight of her bare shoulders, golden in the sunlight, makes my fingers itch to trace the freckles scattered across her skin. I groan and tilt my head back against the wall, the rough stone cool against my scalp. "Really?" I mutter skyward, my skin itching faintly with frustration. "Is this your idea of divine torture?" The mother must be laughing at me, probably taking great delight in my predicament. It wouldn't be the first time a deity found amusement in tormenting their followers. I just hadn't taken the mother for the type. "Here." Old Marcos appears at my side like a merciful spirit, pressing 2 cups of honey-sweet mead into my hands. The familiar scent of wildflower honey and fermented herbs wafts up, rich and inviting. He nods toward Kaylee with a knowing smile before turning and striding back in the direction he came from. I cross the square, weaving between the scattered villagers to reach her. My heart stutters when her face brightens at my approach, and as I hand her the cup, our fingers brush. The contact is intoxicating, sending sparks of warmth up my arm that have nothing to do with my divine heritage. "Marcos' special brew," I say, trying to keep my voice steady as I catch another glimpse of her bare shoulder. "Best mead in Ilimar. He only brings it out for special occasions." She brings the cup to her lips, and I can't look away. The amber liquid catches on her bottom lip before she draws it into her mouth. A drop lingers at the corner, and she catches it with the tip of her tongue. My chest tightens. "This is divine." Her eyes flutter closed as she savors another sip. I force myself to take a drink from my own cup, desperate for something to do besides stare at her mouth. "What's that for?" She points to the tall wooden pole rising from the square's center, ribbons of various colors dangling from its peak. "Part of today's celebration." I lean against a nearby cart. They'll use it for the dance later. "Oh," her eyes light up. "How does Ilimar honor the mother?" "They call it the harvest feast here. The whole village comes together to share food and give thanks for the mother's blessings." I gesture to the bustling preparations around us. "They'll weave those ribbons around the pole while dancing. Something about representing the threads of life the mother weaves together. That's beautiful." She cradles her cup, watching a group of women lay out long tables. "And the feast?" "Everyone brings their best dishes. The farmers offer their first harvest, the hunters their finest cuts. It's simple compared to the coastal cities, but..." I shrug. "There's something pure about it. No pretense, just gratitude." I watch as Kaylee's gaze drifts across the villagers, her lips curving into that soft smile that makes my chest ache. Love shown, plainly, is the most beautiful kind. The truth in her words strikes me. Here in Ilimar, there's no need for grand gestures or elaborate ceremonies. These people show their devotion through simple acts, breaking bread together, sharing stories, helping neighbors. My eyes linger on her profile, the way the sunlight catches those tiny freckles scattered across her nose. Before I can respond, Maya, one of the village elders, approaches us with flour-dusted hands. "We could use another pair of hands at the harvest table if you'd like to help." She extends the invitation to Kaylee with a warm smile. "I'd love to." Kaylee sets down her cup and follows Maya to where women are arranging dishes and decorating the long wooden tables with autumn flowers and colorful leaves. "Should I place these here?" She holds up a basket of fresh-baked rolls, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Or would they look better near the center?" "Wherever your heart tells you," Maya responds, and I have to suppress a chuckle at how seriously Kaylee takes the task. She adjusts and readjusts the placement, asking questions about local traditions and the meaning behind each dish. Her genuine interest draws smiles from the village women, who eagerly share their stories and recipes. The sight of her there, hair tied back and working alongside them as if she's always belonged, stirs something deep within me. She fits here, in this simple place, more naturally than she ever did in that grand temple in Voig. I can't help but smile as I watch Kaylee work. She moves between tasks with natural grace, her gentle nature drawing people to her, like moths to flame. The village women have already accepted her as one of their own, sharing knowing looks and quiet laughs as they prepare for the feast. A small boy, couldn't be more than 6 or 7, approaches her with halting steps. His hands clutch a mess of reeds that barely resembles a basket, the weaving uneven and loose. He doesn't speak, just thrusts it toward her with pleading eyes. Kaylee immediately kneels to his level, her robes pooling around her. "What a wonderful start," she says, taking the basket with careful hands. "Would you like to learn a special pattern?" The boy nods eagerly, and she guides his small fingers through the weaving motion. See? Over, under, just like dancing. Her voice is soft, patient. My chest tightens as I watch her demonstrate again, her fingers moving with practiced ease. The boy's face scrunches in concentration as he mimics her movements. When he finally gets it right, his face splits into a gap-toothed grin. He snatches the basket and runs to show his waiting friends, their excited chatter carrying across the square. Kaylee rises, brushing dust from her knees. She turns and catches my eye, a knowing smile playing at her lips. That look sends heat coursing through my veins. "Don't think you can just stand there all day," she calls, crossing to where I lean against the wooden pillar of a cottage. Her fingers wrap around my wrist, sending sparks along my skin. "Come help us." I don't think I start to protest, but she's already pulling me toward the tables. The mighty merchant captain afraid of a little decorating? Her eyes dance with mischief. What would your crew say? I roll my eyes, but unable to deny this woman, allow her to drag me toward the table.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 20. Shaedryn. I grunt, hefting the heavy harvest table onto my shoulder. Old Marcus waves his arms, directing me through the crowd. Right there, Shay, between the flower garlands. Sweat trickles down my back as I maneuver through the bustling villagers. My eyes catch on Kaylee across the square. She's helping string ribbons, her face lit up with pure joy as she chats with the local women. The sunlight catches her hair, making those silver beads sparkle like stars. I nearly stumble, distracted by the way she throws her head back, laughing at something Elena said. "Watch yourself there, Captain." Marcus steadies the table's edge. Wouldn't want to crush anyone's toes. I set the table down carefully, adjusting it until it lines up with the others. Before I can catch my breath, Doran waves me over to help with a massive barrel of Marcus's famous mead. "Your priestess has caused quite a stir," Doran says as we lift the barrel. "The elders are beside themselves that she'll bless the feast." I glance at Kaylee again. She's practically glowing with excitement since they asked her to perform the blessing. It's different from the formal ceremonies in the coastal temples. Here, it's intimate, personal. She's not my priestess, I mutter, though the words feel hollow even to me. Doran just laughs, nearly dropping his end of the barrel. I doubt she's free for the taking, Captain. We set the barrel down near the mead tent, and I straighten up, rolling my shoulders. Kaylee catches my eye across the square and beams, making my heart stutter in my chest. She's already won over every person in this village with that smile and that genuine warmth she radiates. I watch as she bends down to help a child weave flowers into a crown, her patience endless, her joy infectious. The whole village has embraced her, eager for her blessing of their modest festival. The children tug Kaylee down into the grass, their small hands weaving more flowers into her hair. The crown they've made sits crooked on her head, petals falling around her face. Her laugh carries across the square, pure and bright. I wipe the sweat from my brow and head toward her, but Arlen's heavy footsteps approach from behind. Captain, his voice grates like sand in gears. The crew's getting restless. We're burning daylight here when we could be halfway to Velmarine by now. I turn, jaw clenched. The cargo's unloaded. What's the rush? These small-town festivals don't pay. He crosses his arms. And the men are tired of watching you moon over some temple girl. Heat flares under my skin, my tattoos pulsing with warning light. Watch yourself, Arlen. Just saying what everyone's thinking. She's got Hugh acting strange, making us dock at every little... Enough. My voice drops low, dangerous. I don't recall asking for your opinion on how I run my ship. If you've got complaints about the pay, you're welcome to find another crew at the next port. Arlene's face darkens, but he backs down, muttering under his breath as he stalks away. I take a deep breath, trying to cool the anger burning in my chest. When I look back at Kaylee, she's watching me with concern in those bright eyes. The children are still fussing with her hair, adding more wildflowers to the mess of braids they've created. Something in my chest softens at the sight. I cross the grass toward her, leaving Arlen's words behind with each step. I reach down, offering my hand to help Kaylee up from the grass. Her fingers slide into mine, warm and delicate. A few stray blades of grass cling to her hair, catching the late afternoon sun. Without thinking, I reach out to brush them away. My fingers graze her temple, lingering longer than necessary. Her breath catches, those hazel eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes my chest tight. One of her flower-woven braids brushes against my wrist, and I swear my tattoos pulse brighter at the contact. She parts her lips to speak, a flush creeping across her cheeks. My heart pounds against my ribs as I lean closer, drawn by some force I can't explain. The feast! Everyone gather round! Marcus's booming voice cuts through the moment. Time to break bread together! The square erupts with movement and chatter as villagers rush to claim spots at the tables. Children dart between legs, squealing with excitement. The scent of roasted meat and fresh bread fills the air. Kaylee's hand is still in mine, neither of us moving despite the chaos around us. That connection hums between us, electric and undeniable, until someone bumps past, finally breaking the spell. Priestess! Elena calls out. We need you to bless the feast! I watch as Kaylee steps toward the head of the table, her movements graceful despite the mess of flowers in her hair. The setting sun bathes her in golden light, and something shifts in the air, a tangible change that makes my tattoos tingle. She raises her hands, and the bustling crowd falls silent. Even the children cease their giggling, drawn to her presence like moths to flame. When she speaks, her voice carries across the square with a power I've never heard before. Mother of creation, bearer of life and love, we thank you for this blessed harvest. My breath catches. The air around her seems to shimmer, though I doubt anyone else notices. Her eyes drift closed, and for a moment I swear I see a faint violet glow beneath her skin. Your beauty flows through the earth, nurturing these crops. Your love fills our hearts, bringing us together in celebration. The villagers bow their heads, but I can't look away from her. She's transformed. Not just the gentle priestess I've come to know, but a vessel of something greater. Goddess of devotion, she says, her eyes flicking to me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. And fertility. Please accept the gift of this harvest as we celebrate you. There's something in her gaze, a knowing look that pierces straight through my carefully maintained walls. My heart thumps wildly like a bird trying to break free of its cage. Bless this food, these people, this moment of unity. Let your eternal love flow through us all. As she finishes the blessing, a warm breeze sweeps through the square, carrying the scent of flowers that shouldn't be blooming this late in the season. Several gasps rise from the crowd as flower petals swirl around Kaylee before settling on the feast-laden tables. She opens her eyes, and for a heartbeat, I swear they flash violet, the same shade as the mother's. Then she blinks, and they're back to their familiar hazel, though something otherworldly lingers in their depths. My heart is racing. I've seen countless priestesses perform blessings, but never like this. Never with such raw connection to the divine. Ugh. The mother's presence still hangs in the air, and my tattoos practically squirm in response, drawing curious glances from nearby villagers. Kaylee turns, catching my gaze. The power radiating from her makes my breath hitch. There's something more to her than I realized. Something that calls to the blood in my veins.
Chapter 21. Kayleera. The lantern light bathes everything in a warm glow, casting dancing shadows across the village square. My heart swells at the sight before me. Couples swaying together, children running with ribbons trailing behind them, families sharing plates of steaming food and laughter. The air feels electric, charged with something deeper than just festivity. Love radiates from every corner. I see it in the way an elderly man tenderly wipes sauce from his wife's chin, in how a mother scoops up her giggling toddler, in the shy glances between young sweethearts. The mother's presence is almost tangible here, weaving between the villagers like gossamer threads of pure affection. Look at them, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. Around the tall festival pole, dancers move in perfect harmony, their ribbons creating an intricate pattern as they weave in and out. The colours blend together: deep crimson, forest green, royal purple, sky blue, forming a tapestry that seems to pulse with life. Their feet move in practiced steps, bodies turning and ducking beneath each other's ribbons in a mesmerising display. A small girl tugs at my sleeve, offering me a ribbon of my own, pale pink like dawn's first light. My fingers close around the silken material as I watch the pattern unfold. Each turn of the dancers represents the weaving of life's threads, the way we're all connected through the mother's love. The ribbon dance is more than tradition. It's a prayer, a celebration of the bonds that tie us all together. The music swells, pipes and drums creating a heartbeat that matches the rhythm of the dancers. Someone starts singing an old blessing song, and soon the whole village joins in. The melody wraps around us like a warm embrace, and I feel tears prick at my eyes from the sheer beauty of it all. This is what I've always dreamed of seeing, the mother's love expressed so purely, so naturally, in ways unique to each place we visit. The intimacy of this small village's celebration touches something deep within my soul. To the mother. A villager raises his cup high, his weathered face glowing with reverence. May she bless us with abundance, fertility, and the sweetness of love. The crowd echoes the toast, cups lifting toward the star-scattered sky. Wine sloshes, mead sparkles in the lantern light, and voices blend together in joyous celebration. My own cup feels warm against my palm as I join the toast. The familiar prayer falls from my lips, but my voice catches as I sense his gaze. At the edge of the feast, Shay stands half in shadow, his silver eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. His tattoos shimmer faintly, catching the light like ripples on water. The look in his eyes, it's not just desire or curiosity. There's something deeper, something that mirrors the pull I've felt since that first night in Voig. My heart thrums against my ribs, and the sensation of fullness in my chest returns stronger than ever. This connection between us. I've read about such things in the temple scrolls. The mother's touch is unmistakable, this magnetic draw, this sense of rightness that defies explanation. She works in ways both subtle and profound, weaving destinies together like the ribbons around the festival pole. My fingers trace the rim of my cup as understanding settles over me like a warm cloak. The dreams that led him to dock at Voig, my inexplicable need to speak with him, the way we keep finding ourselves drawn together. These aren't coincidences. The mother's hand guides us, as clear as the stars above. The mead sloshes in the cups as I make my way through the celebrating crowd. My heart pounds with each step toward Shay's shadowed form. The lantern light catches his tattoos, making them dance like living things across his skin. You look lonely over here. I offer him one of the cups. His fingers brush mine as he takes it, sending that familiar spark through my body. He doesn't drink, just watches me over the rim of his cup as I take a sip of my own. The sweet honey taste fills my mouth, giving me courage. I need to tell you something. I lower my cup, meeting his intense silver gaze. These past days, travelling with you, I don't think it's coincidence. His expression shifts subtly, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. The dreams that brought you to Voig, the way we keep being drawn together. My voice softens. I believe the mother meant for our paths to cross. Shay's tattoos flicker, and he takes a step closer. The space between us crackles with energy, like the air before a storm. The mother doesn't typically guide men, he says, his voice low and rough. And yet she led you to name your ship Mother's Whisper. I reach out, my fingers hovering near one of his glowing markings. She works in ways we don't always understand. The mead warms my throat as I watch Shay process my words. My cheeks heat under his intense gaze, and I shrug, feeling suddenly self-conscious. I can't explain it exactly, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. But I feel it. Deep in my soul, I know the mother meant for this to happen. The festival continues around us, but in this moment, everything else fades away. There's just Shay, his silver eyes reflecting the lantern light, his tattoos pulsing with an otherworldly glow. He pulls his cup from his lips, and my heart skips as his free hand reaches toward my face. His fingers are surprisingly gentle as they brush my cheek, leaving trails of warmth wherever they touch. Then maybe, he says, his voice rough with emotion, she meant for me to do this. When his lips meet mine, the world stops spinning. The kiss is deep, passionate, yet tender in a way I never expected from someone like him. His touch sends waves of electricity through my body, making my tattoos shimmer brightly against my skin. I've blessed countless unions in the mother's name, witnessed thousands of expressions of love, but nothing could have prepared me for this. My heart slams against my ribcage as though it's trying to break through and reach for him. Every nerve ending comes alive, singing with a joy I've never known. In all my years of devotion, of prayer and service, I've never felt the mother's presence as strongly as I do in this moment, wrapped in Shay's embrace. This is different from anything I've ever experienced. This is more than attraction, more than desire. This feels like destiny itself, like every step I've taken has led me to this exact moment.
Chapter 22. Shaedryn. I pace my quarters, unable to sit still. My lips still tingle from Kaylee's kiss, her taste lingering like sweet wine. The memory of her body pressed against mine sends electricity coursing through my tattoos, making them pulse with an intensity I've never experienced before. Damn! I slam my fist against the wall. The dull thud does nothing to ease the ache in my chest or lower. The way she looked at me in the lantern light, flowers in her hair. Speaking of divine intervention, I've never wanted anyone like this. The urge to lift her up, to feel her legs wrap around my waist, to screw her right there against that building. It burns through my veins like fire. But I couldn't, wouldn't. She's a priestess of the Mother, pure and devoted. The thought of corrupting that innocence, of tainting her dedication with my selfish desires. I drop onto my bed, running my hands through my hair. That kiss was already too much. The soft gasp she made when our lips met, the way her fingers curled into my shirt. Get it together, I mutter, but the words sound hollow even to my own ears. Walking her back to the ship was torture. Every brush of her arm against mine, every shared glance. I wanted to pull her into my quarters instead of leaving her at her door. But I bid her goodnight and retreated here, where I can't stop replaying that kiss in my mind. The Mother herself must be laughing at me now. A Keisheng merchant captain brought to his knees by a single kiss from one of her priestesses. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Captain? Tanul's drawl leaks through the door, that familiar lazy tone that usually means business. Need the cargo manifest for Illimar's taxmaster before we weigh anchor. They're getting impatient down at the docks. The air reeks of salt and sweat and shame, thick enough to choke on. I press my fist against my groin, jaw clenched so tight my teeth might crack. The pressure's obscene, pulsing against my palm like a second heartbeat. Not now. His boots hesitate outside my cabin, leather creaking against the floorboards. Then retreat, each step fading like an accusation down the corridor. My teeth sink into my bottom lip hard enough to draw coppery blood. I spit into my hand again. The sounds are filthy in this cage of self-loathing, but I can't help it. I want her. I need her, but I can't have her. And this is the next best thing.
Chapter 23, Kaelira. In my dreams, his hands trace patterns on my skin that mirror his glowing tattoos. The silver in his eyes burns bright as moonlight on water as he whispers things I can't quite hear. Every night it's the same, the pressure of his lips against mine, the warmth of his body pressing close, the way his fingers tangled in my hair. I wake with my heart racing, sheets twisted around my legs, and reach for someone who isn't there. Never was there. The empty space beside me feels colder than it should. Rolling onto my back, I press my fingers to my lips. They still tingle with phantom sensations, making me question if the kiss even happened. But it did. I remember the taste of mead on his tongue, the rough calluses of his hand on my cheek, the way his breath caught when I leaned into him. Now he won't even look at me. "Pass the salt," he says at breakfast, speaking to the air between us rather than meeting my eyes. I slide it across the table, our fingers nearly touching. He pulls back like I'm made of fire. Tanul watches this dance with raised eyebrows, glancing between us as he chews his bread. I focus on my plate, pushing food around while my stomach ties itself in knots. Maybe I misread everything. Maybe the mother's guidance led me here for some other purpose entirely. But then why does my skin buzz whenever he's near? Why do I catch him watching me when he thinks I'm not looking? The dreams grow more vivid each night. Sometimes I swear I can feel the heat of his tattoos under my palms, hear him whispering my name against my throat. I wake reaching for him, aching for something I'm starting to think I'll never have. I lean against the ship's railing, watching fish dance in our wake. The salt spray feels different here than it did from the temple steps in Voi, more alive somehow. "Careful there," Tannel says, appearing beside me. "One good wave and you'll be swimming with them." Would that be so terrible? I laugh, but step back anyway. At least they don't brood or avoid eye contact. Tannel's lips twitch. He's not very subtle, is he? About as subtle as a storm at sea. I trace the intricate carvings along the railing, delicate spirals that remind me of Shay's tattoos. The mother's whisper truly is beautiful. I've never seen craftsmanship like this on a merchant vessel. She's special, all right, like her captain. Tannel hands me a mug of something warm. "The crew's having dinner below if you're hungry. I'll make sure Fennec and Arlen keep their distance." "Thank you." I catch movement from the corner of my eye, Shay watching from the helm. When our eyes meet, he quickly looks away. Though I'm starting to think some distances are harder to manage than others. "Give him time," Tannel says softly. "He's not used to feeling." He trails off as heavy boots approach. "Everything all right here?" Shay's voice is gruff. "Just admiring your ship," I say, turning to face him. The mother's touch is everywhere in these details. His jaw tightens. "Tannel, relieve the helm watch." Tannel squeezes my shoulder as he passes, leaving us alone with the setting sun and my thundering heart. Shay says nothing, just stands there radiating tension while pretending to study the horizon. But I feel his attention like a physical touch, keeping watch even as he keeps his distance. And so it goes. Nights have passed since our kiss, and the memory is strong as ever. Dreams of him, of his touch, of his voice. They make it impossible to rest. Frustrated, I kick the sheets off of my legs and sit up, grabbing my robes. If I can't sleep, there's no sense in rolling around in an empty bed. Taking a candle with to light my way, I slip out of my cabin. I trace my fingers along the wooden walls as I walk the silent corridors of the ship. Any hope of rest is gone. My mind too full of silver eyes and glowing tattoos. The gentle rock of the ship matches my steps, boards creaking softly beneath my feet. My wandering brings me to Shay's quarters. The door stands slightly ajar, moonlight spilling through the gap. My heart quickens. I should turn back, but I knock gently. "Shay?" Silence answers. The room beyond beckons, and before I can think better of it, I slip inside. The space feels different without him here. More intimate somehow. Maps and charts scatter across his desk, weighted down by strange artifacts, shells that shimmer like opals, crystals that pulse with inner light. A leather-bound journal lies open, his bold handwriting filling the pages. "Mother, guide me," I whisper, running my fingers over the smooth wood of his chair. The last time I was here, I could barely focus on my surroundings. His presence had filled every corner, making it impossible to notice details like the intricate carvings on his bedposts or the collection of books lining one wall. I drift to his bookshelf, tilting my head to read the spines. Navigation texts, trading ledgers, and, my breath catches, a worn copy of Hymns to the Mother. The pages are dog-eared, notes scribbled in margins. My breath catches as I spot the collection on his shelf. Unlike the haphazard arrangement of his books and maps, these artifacts are meticulously placed, each one given space to breathe. A mother-of-pearl shell carved with the mother's sigil catches the moonlight, its surface rippling with colours. Beside it sits a delicate crystal vial filled with what looks like a partially burned candle, preserved for some reason. "You've been everywhere," I whisper, fingers hovering over a string of prayer beads made from luminescent sea glass. Each bead pulses faintly, with an inner light that matches the glow of Shay's tattoos. A small wooden box draws my attention. It's simple but beautiful, adorned with intricate carvings of waves and flowers. When I lift the lid, the scent of night-blooming jasmine, the mother's sacred flower, wafts out. Inside lies a single silver ribbon, the kind used in Ilimar's ribbon pole dance. My, I murmur, tracing the ribbon's silken length. Why would someone who collects these things avoid her priestess? My fingers brush against something else in the box, a dried flower crown, carefully preserved. It's identical to the one the children placed on my head during the harvest feast. Heat floods my cheeks as realization dawns. These aren't just random artifacts, they're memories. Pieces of every festival we've visited together, collected and preserved with obvious care. I close the box gently, my heart thundering against my ribs. The way he's arranged everything, treating each item like a precious treasure. This isn't the shrine of someone who merely respects the mother. This is something far more personal.
Chapter 24. Shaedryn. I lean against the doorframe, watching as Kaylee's delicate fingers trace the carved edges of my mother's shrine. Her hair catches the dim lantern light, creating a halo effect that makes my chest tighten. The white of her robe seems to glow in the darkness of my quarters, making her look ethereal. It's clear that she's tried and failed at scrubbing the wine stain from the fabric. She picks up a small crystal figurine, one I'd found years ago in a market in Drelith. The way she handles it, with such reverence, stirs something deep within me. "Find anything interesting?" Kaylee spins around, nearly dropping the figurine. Her eyes go wide, and a beautiful blush spreads across her cheeks. "Shay, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have. I was just..." She carefully places the figurine back on its shelf. I couldn't sleep, and I was wandering, and then I saw all these beautiful artifacts. You're always so curious. I push off from the doorframe and step into the room, like a cat finding its way into places it shouldn't. I really am sorry. She wrings her hands together. It's terribly rude of me to snoop through your personal things. Again, and this time without your permission. If I minded, you wouldn't have made it past the door. My tattoos pulse faintly as I move closer to her. I have ways of keeping people out when I want to. Her eyes follow the glowing patterns on my skin. These are all dedicated to the mother, aren't they? She gestures to the collection. I've never seen some of these symbols before. They're from different regions, different interpretations of her. I reach past her to touch one of the carvings, deliberately letting my arm brush against hers. Some are older than others. The space between us crackles with tension. She's so close I can smell the light floral scent in her hair, can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. I should tell her to leave, to get out, to stop invading my space, my thoughts, my dreams. But the words die in my throat as she takes another tentative step toward my collection. This one, she points to a silver pendant. It's from Voig, isn't it? The craftsmanship is unmistakable. Yes. My voice comes out rough. The space between us shrinks with each passing moment. You have a good eye. The mother's influence spans so far. Her fingers hover over the pendant. Yet you've managed to collect pieces from everywhere she's worshipped. Not everywhere. The admission escapes my lips, saying consequences be damned. My tattoos brighten as she turns to face me, her hazel eyes reflecting their glow. We bump together, and she stumbles back. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to..." "Don't apologize." The words come out soft, almost a whisper. My hand finds her elbow, steadying her. I don't mind. The moment I say it, I know it's true. It feels like she belongs here. Just like that night she fell asleep on my sofa. There's something right about her presence in my quarters. Something that makes my chest ache with want and guilt in equal measure. I've missed you, she breathes, and the admission hits deep and harsh, twisting something in my chest that I've been trying desperately to ignore. Since the festival, you've been... I know. My thumb traces circles on her elbow, and I can't bring myself to let go. The warmth of her skin seeps through the thin fabric of her sleeve, and my tattoos pulse brighter in response to her proximity. I thought distance would be wise. The words are bitter on my tongue, a lie I've been telling myself for days now. Was it? No. The word comes out like a confession. Not at all. The silence stretches between us like a physical thing, making my tattoos pulse with anxiety. Kaylee's lack of response to my confession sends ice through my veins. What was I thinking? She's devoted her life to the mother, and here I am, practically admitting I can't stay away from her. Her attention shifts suddenly, and she reaches past me toward the shelf. What are these? Her fingers hover over items that have nothing to do with worship. A dried flower crown, a ribbon from her hair in Illimar, the remains of our lantern from Draelith. Heat creeps up my neck, and I resist the urge to step between her and the shelf. They're memories. Memories. She picks up the ribbon, running it through her fingers. Of our journey. Yes. My voice comes out rough. When you leave, I wanted... The words stick in my throat. I needed something to remember this by. To remember you. She turns the ribbon over in her hands. You've been collecting these? All this time? It sounds foolish when you say it like that. I run a hand through my hair, loosening the tie. Mercifully, she doesn't press the topic. Kaylee's fingers drift from the ribbon to a small statue of the mother, her touch reverent. You have quite the collection of religious artifacts for someone who isn't a devotee. Many dark elves have always honored the mother. I watch as her fingertips trace the statue's curves. Our lineage traces back to her, after all. Really? She turns to me, eyes bright with curiosity. I didn't know that. Most don't. My tattoos pulse brighter as I step closer. We're her children, in a way. Though I've never felt her presence strongly. Not until... The words catch in my throat as I watch the glow of my markings reflect in her eyes. Until... She tilts her head, and a braid slides over her shoulder. Until now. Since that night in Foy, when I saw you dancing, I've felt her. Through you. My hand moves of its own accord, catching that wayward braid between my fingers. I disagree. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper, soft as silk against my skin. I think she's been with you for a long time, Shaedryn. I stare down at her, at the way the lantern light catches the gold threads in her robes, making them shimmer like stars caught in fabric, at how her pulse flutters visibly at her throat, like a trapped butterfly. Why do you think it's stronger now? She wonders, so quiet and gentle, her hazel eyes searching mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The beads in her braids catch the light as she shifts closer, and I can smell the subtle floral scent that always seems to follow her. As I look at her, the answer is clear to me, burning in my chest like a flame that refuses to be extinguished. It's because of you.
Chapter 25. Kaelira. The moment we step into Velmarin, my breath catches. Flowers cover nearly every inch of the world around us, cascading from rooftops and window boxes in a dazzling array of colours. I loop my arm through Shae's, pressing close to his warmth, feeling the familiar texture of his leather armour against my skin. This is incredible, I whisper, tilting my face up to look at everything around me. I've heard stories about Velmarin's flowers, but seeing it, The air itself seems alive with fragrance and magic. Better than the stories. Shay's voice carries that hint of amusement I've grown to love, and I catch the subtle glow of his silver eyes as he watches my wonderment. Much better. I lean into him as we walk, watching children dart through the streets trying to throw petals in their hands. Their laughter echoes off the ancient stone buildings, mixing with the gentle shower of blooms, though I suspect everything's better with the right company. My beaded braids catch the afternoon light as I tilt my head to smile up at him, feeling my heart flutter when he returns it with one of his rare, genuine smiles. A merchant calls out from his stall, waving silk scarves that shimmer and dance like liquid rainbows in the sunlight. The delicate fabric ripples with each movement, catching the light in mesmerizing patterns of gold and crimson. For the lovely lady, the finest silk in all of Velmorin, worthy of a priestess of the mother. Don't encourage them, Shay mutters, but I can hear the smile in his voice as his hand settles protectively at the small of my back. His fingers brush against my robes, a gentle reminder of his presence. My lady priestess. Another vendor beckons enthusiastically, the scent of warm honey and fresh-baked sweetness wafting from his stall. Fresh honey cakes, blessed by the mother herself, still warm from the ovens. I laugh, delighted by the enticing aroma, and find myself tugging Shay toward the stall. You can't prove they weren't, I tease, watching his silver eyes roll skyward with fond exasperation. I can prove you're going to bankrupt me if you keep stopping at every vendor who catches your eye, he says dryly. But his steps match mine as I weave through the crowd, and I notice how he carefully shields me from the press of bodies around us. Then it's fortunate you're such a successful merchant captain. I squeeze his arm, grateful that the awkwardness after our kiss has faded. Being near him feels natural now, like breathing. A gust of wind sends a fresh shower of petals swirling around us. One lands in Shay's dark hair, and without thinking, I reach up to brush it away. His silver eyes meet mine, intense and unguarded. Thank you, I say softly, for bringing me here. Thank you for coming. His voice is low, meant only for me despite the bustling crowd around us. Tell me about the festival here, I say, brushing my fingers against the flowers we pass. Each city celebrates differently. Shay gestures to an elaborate archway woven with moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine. In Velmorin, they believe the mother first taught humans to cultivate flowers. See how the arrangements spiral? His fingers trace the pattern. It represents eternal growth, the cycle of life she oversees. A warmth spreads through my mind, like honey dripping down my thoughts. The sensation is achingly familiar, the same presence I felt during my deepest prayers. But this is stronger, more immediate. My steps falter. The voice doesn't form words exactly, more like impressions of love and approval. Kaylee? Shay's hand steadies my elbow. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, I whisper, letting the feeling wash over me. She's here, the mother. I can feel her. The warmth intensifies, wrapping around me like an embrace. I close my eyes, overwhelmed by the pure affection radiating through my consciousness. When I open them again, Shay is watching me with an unreadable expression. You really can feel her, can't you? I nod, still processing the lingering sensation. She's never felt so close before. I study him, my heart skipping several beats. His jet-black hair, usually tied back, has come loose during our walk, several strands falling across his face. The dark strands contrast beautifully with his skin, making his silver eyes seem even more striking. Those eyes catch mine, and the corners crinkle slightly. He's trying not to smile. His practical leather vest sits open over a simple white shirt, the fabric thin enough that I can see the faint glow of his teal tattoos beneath. They spiral up his forearms where he's rolled his sleeves, creating mesmerizing patterns that seem to pulse with each movement. A small golden pendant, one I've noticed he never removes, rests against his chest. There's a quiet strength in the way he carries himself, in how his broad shoulders remain relaxed, even as his eyes constantly scan our surroundings. Always protecting, always watching. Even now, his hand rests casually on the hilt of the blade at his hip. "You're staring," he murmurs, one dark eyebrow lifting in amusement. "You're worth staring at." The words slip out before I can stop them, and a light flush colours his cheeks. He glances up at the sun, then down at me. "Come on, it's almost time," he says, grabbing my hand. The moment Shay's fingers slide between mine, electricity shoots up my arm. His hand engulfs mine completely, warm and calloused from years at sea. My heart thunders against my ribs as he tugs me through the bustling streets. "Shay!" I laugh, nearly tripping over my own feet as I try to match his longer stride. "What's the rush?" A gentle breeze swirls around us, catching in my hair and rustling my robes. Children dash past, their laughter mixing with the music floating through the air. I have to skip every few steps to keep up with him, but I don't mind. The way his hand feels in mine makes everything else fade away. He glances back at me, and my breath halts. The setting sun catches his silver eyes, making them shimmer like starlight on water. His usual stoic expression has melted into a genuine grin that transforms his entire face. The sight hits me like a physical force. Suddenly I understand why flowers stretch toward the sun, why moths chase the moon, why the tide follows the stars. It's this magnetic pull that makes everything else seem dim in comparison. "You'll see," he says, completely oblivious to my revelation. "Just trust me." "I do," I whisper, though the festival noise swallows the words before they reach him. A merchant shouts about fresh bread, the scent of warm honey and spices filling the air. Musicians play somewhere nearby, their melody carried on the breeze along with more flower petals. But all I can focus on is the way Shay's thumb absently strokes across my knuckles as he leads me deeper into the heart of Velmarin. And the fact that I love him.
Chapter 26. Shaedryn. I guide Kaylee through the dense crowd, my hand wrapped protectively around hers. The familiar stone pathways beneath our feet remind me of simpler days. It makes me feel like I'm a boy again, finally free of his father's grasp. Leaving the past in the past, with a future full of possibility. "There are so many people," Kaylee says, rising on her tiptoes. Her hair brushes my arm as she tries to peer over the crowd. "What's everyone waiting for?" "Just wait," I say, pulling her closer as we weave between excited festival goers. "You'll see in a moment." Her fingers squeeze mine, sending that now familiar jolt through my tattoos. The suspense is killing me, you know? "Patience is a virtue," I tease, earning an adorable scowl from her. The square opens before us, packed with people gazing upward. Flower petals carpet the ground, their sweet perfume mixing with incense and sea air. My chest tightens with memories, both bitter and sweet. I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. My younger self would have been just as eager, just as full of wonder. Being here with her makes everything feel new again, like I'm seeing it all for the first time through her eyes. The crowd's excited murmurs grow louder as the scent of flowers intensifies. My heart pounds harder, though, whether from anticipation or Kaylee's proximity, I'm not sure. The first petal drifts down like a dancer's graceful descent, followed by thousands more. Pink, white, and purple blooms rain from above, coating the air in a sweet perfume that reminds me of childhood springs. Kaylee's gasp cuts through the crowd's collective awe. "Oh, Shay!" Her fingers slip from mine as she spins, arms outstretched. The motion sends her hair flying, those tiny silver beads catching the light like stars. My tattoos thrum to life as I watch her. Petals catch in her auburn waves, transforming her into something ethereal. Her white robes swirl around her legs, and when she tips her head back, laughing, joy radiates from her very being. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Kaylee's voice carries through the shower of petals, soft and full of wonder. Her fingers reach out to catch the falling blooms, each one a tiny blessing from above. Yes, I whisper, though my eyes haven't left her face. It is. A petal lands on her cheek, and my fingers itch to brush it away. The way she moves through this storm of flowers, like she's dancing with the very air itself, it stirs something primal in my chest. The streets of Protheka are cruel. I've seen what they do to pure things, how they corrupt and destroy. The thought of anything happening to her makes my blood run cold. The world I know isn't kind to dreamers like her, to those who see beauty where others see weakness. She turns to me then, and our eyes lock through the curtain of falling petals. The crowd fades to nothing more than background noise, their excited chatter becoming distant echoes. My steady breathing stutters suddenly as those hazel eyes find mine, holding secrets I'm desperate to unlock. The sunlight filtering through the petals casts her in a goddess-worthy glow, and for a moment I forget where we are. I forget who I am. I forget everything except the way she's looking at me right now, like I'm something worth believing in. My tattoos flare brighter, responding to emotions I can't even name. The urge to protect her, to keep her safe from everything dark in this world, overwhelms me. It's more than just wanting to shield her. It's a need, as essential as breathing. The music shifts, becoming something slower, more intimate. Around us, couples pair off, swaying to the gentle melody. Flower petals continue their lazy descent, coating everything in nature's confetti. My tattoos start humming with an energy I can't explain, matching the rhythm of my thundering heart. Dance with me. I balk at my words, surprised that I said them. Me, asking someone to dance. If Tanul could see this, he'd never let me hear the end of it. Kaylee's eyes widen slightly, those hazel depths sparkling with surprise and something else. I thought you hated dancing. I do. My hand remains extended, waiting. Dance with me anyway. She slips her fingers into mine, and that familiar spark races up my arm. Well, since you asked so nicely. I pull her closer, one hand finding her waist while the other keeps hold of hers. She's so small against me, fitting perfectly in my arms like she was meant to be there. The scent of flowers in her hair mingles with the salt air, making my head spin. You're not terrible at this, she teases, following my lead as we move to the music. Don't sound so surprised. I draw her closer until there's no space between us, until I can feel every breath she takes. Her free hand rests on my chest, right over one of my tattoos, and the glow beneath her palm intensifies. Shay! Her voice catches as she notices the reaction. Your markings? Just ignore it. She looks up at me through her lashes, a small smile playing at her lips. And if I don't want to ignore it? Her finger traces the mark peeking out of my shirt, and I bite back a groan. Why do they drop the petals? They say it's her tears of joy, I say, though I suspect it's more likely clever merchants with baskets on the rooftops. She swats playfully at arm. Must you ruin the magic? Someone has to keep you grounded while your head's in the clouds. Someone crashes into Kaylee from behind, sending her stumbling against my chest. My arm tightens instinctively around her waist, steadying her. I'm so sorry. A young man bows repeatedly, his face flushed. The crowd, I didn't... It's perfectly all right, Kaylee says, glancing over her shoulder with that infectious smile of hers. No harm done. The collision has brought her flush against me, closer than before. I should step back, give her space, but my body refuses to cooperate. My arm stays locked around her, holding her to me as petals continue their lazy descent around us. Your heart's racing, she whispers, her palm still pressed to my chest. Her fingers trace one of my markings through my shirt, sending sparks of electricity through my veins. Kaylee! Her name comes out rough. The music slows further, becoming something soft and dreamy. Other couples sway around us, lost in their own worlds. But I only see her the way those hazel eyes search mine, how her lips part slightly as she draws in a breath. My tattoos thrive beneath her touch, responding to her proximity in ways I can't control. She tilts her head, studying me with an expression I can't read. Before I can process what's happening, she rises onto her toes, pressing her lips to mine. The world stops. Everything, the music, the crowd, even the falling petals, seems to freeze in place. Her kiss is gentle, almost hesitant, but it sets my blood on fire. My markings flare bright enough to shine through my clothes, casting us both in a soft teal glow.
Chapter 27, Kaylira.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 28, Kaylira. I let Shay guide me through the quiet corridors of his ship, our fingers intertwined. The wood creaks beneath our feet, but all I can focus on is the warmth of his hand in mine, the gentle way his thumb traces circles on my skin. "You're quiet," he says, his voice low and intimate in the darkness. "Just happy," I reply, squeezing his hand. The moonlight streaming through the portholes catches his tattoos, making them shimmer like water. "I never expected to find someone like you when I left the temple." He chuckles, the sound sending pleasant vibrations through my chest. "Someone like me? A merchant with questionable morals who corrupted a priestess?" "No." I stop walking, turning to face him. Someone who makes me feel like the mother herself is singing in my heart. His expression softens, and he reaches up to toy with one of the silver beads woven into my hair. The tender gesture makes my breath catch. His eyes meet mine, filled with an emotion that makes my knees weak. We reach my cabin door too soon. I don't want this night to end, don't want to let go of his hand, but Shay is already leaning down. "Good night, Kaylee," he murmurs against my lips, the kiss sweet and lingering. Then his lips press against my forehead, a gesture so gentle it makes my heart ache. I watch him walk away, unable to wipe the smile from my face. Even after he disappears around the corner, I stand there for a moment longer, touching my lips where I can still feel his kiss. Inside my cabin, I crawl into bed, wrapping myself in blankets that smell faintly of sea salt. My body tingles with the memory of his touch, and I know with absolute certainty that this, being with Shay, has never felt so right. The creak of floorboards pulls me from sleep. My heart stutters as hushed voices filter through the darkness. "Quiet, you idiot! Don't wake her!" Fennec's nasal whisper makes my skin crawl. I keep my breathing steady, fighting the urge to bolt upright. 3 shadows loom by my door, Fennec's wiry frame, Arlen's bulk, and someone whose silhouette I don't recognise. "She's sleeping like a baby." Arlen's gravelly voice carries an edge that turns my blood to ice. Won't even know what hit her. The stranger shifts. "Just get it done. This is our last chance before we return to Voig." My fingers clench the blanket. The mother's shrine sits on my bedside table, just out of reach. If I could only... Look at her, all peaceful. Fennec's boots scuff closer. Bet she thinks she's safe here, with her precious captain watching over her. Not tonight. Arlen's laugh sounds like rocks grinding together. We'll be able to blame someone in the city. He'll never know. They draw closer, and panic claws at my throat. The moonlight catches Arlen's scar, twisted by his sneer. My heart pounds so hard I worry they'll hear it. I lunge upward, my fingers closing around the mother's shrine. The metal is cool against my palm as I hurl it with all my strength. It catches Fennec in the face, and he stumbles back with a curse. You little... My scream pierces the night air, but it's cut short as rough hands seize my ankles. The third man's grip is like iron as he drags me back across the bed. My robes tangle around my legs as I kick wildly, trying to break free. Someone shut her up, Arlen growls. I thrash harder, my elbow connecting with something solid. A grunt of pain, then calloused fingers clamp over my mouth, muffling my cries. The taste of salt and dirt makes me gag. Hold her still, Fennec hisses, blood trickling from where the shrine struck him. His green eyes gleam with malice as he forces my legs apart. I bite down hard on the hand covering my mouth, but Arlen just laughs, twisting my wrists until tears spring to my eyes. The pain shoots up my arms as he pins them above my head. Terror closes my throat as their hands paw at me. In this moment of pure desperation, I close my eyes and reach for the one constant in my life, the presence that has never abandoned me. Mother, I pray silently, my heart pounding against my ribs. Give me strength. The rustle of fabric makes my stomach heave as Fennec's pants hit the floor. His mocking laugh echoes in my ears as tears stream down my face, burning trails of shame across my cheeks. I squeeze my eyes shut, unable to look at him, trying desperately to retreat into the darkness behind my eyelids. "Oh, the little priestess is crying," Arlen taunts, his grip bruising my wrists until I can feel my pulse throbbing beneath his fingers. "Where's your goddess now?" His breath is hot against my ear, reeking of stale ale. "Please," I whimper through his calloused hand, but they just laugh harder, the sound bouncing off the stone walls around us. My heart hammers so hard I fear it might burst. "Shut up," the third man hisses, his voice thick with malice. "No one will hear." He punctuates his words with a sharp slap across my face that makes my head spin. Fennec throws my robes up over my stomach with rough hands that leave scratches on my skin, and I feel him starting to position himself between my legs. The cold air of the room raises goosebumps across my exposed flesh as I silently pray for salvation. My sobs catch in my throat as I reach desperately for the mother's presence. "Please, Mother." Something stirs within me, a warmth that starts in my chest and spreads like wildfire through my veins. Energy crackles across my skin, making the beads in my hair buzz with power. My body arches as the sensation intensifies, and suddenly Arlen yelps, releasing my wrists as if burned. I don't hesitate. Rolling away from Fennec's grabbing hands, I tumble off the bed. My robes restrict my movement, but adrenaline carries me forward. I slam my shoulder into the third man, catching him off guard. He stumbles back into Arlen, and I bolt for the door. "Get her!" Fennec shouts, struggling with his pants. My bare feet slap against the wooden floor as I run, my heart thundering in my chest. "Shay!" My voice tears through my throat as I sprint down the corridor. The wooden planks bite into my bare feet, but I don't slow down. Can't slow down. Heavy footsteps thunder behind me. "Get back here, you little..." Arlen's growl cuts off as I round the corner. "Shay!" Another sob breaks free as I stumble, catching myself against the wall. The beads woven into my hair click together, still humming with that strange energy from before. My fingers shake as I push off, willing my legs to move faster. Fennec's angry curses reverberate off the walls. The third man's boots scrape against the floor, too close. My heart slams against my ribs as I spot Shay's cabin door ahead. Just a few more steps. I crash through the door, the force of it sending me sprawling. Shay is already on his feet, looking like he was about to dash to the door at the sound of my screams. His silver eyes flash with confusion, then rage as he takes in my tear-streaked face and torn robes. My legs give out and I collapse, violent sobs racking my body. Shay. I'm safe. Shay is here. I'm safe.
Chapter 29. Shaedryn. Shay! Kaylee's scream tears through my consciousness, yanking me from sleep's grasp. My body moves before my mind catches up, muscles tensing as I throw off the blankets. The door bursts open. Kaylee stumbles in, collapsing to her knees. The sight of her, trembling, nightclothes askew, ignites something primal within me. She looks up at me, tears streaming down her freckled cheeks, pure terror etched across features that should only know joy. Shay, she cries, her voice cracking on even that single syllable. My tattoos flare to life instantly, ancient power surging through the spiraling patterns, casting an eerie teal glow across the darkened room as I rush to her. The light pulses in time with my racing heartbeat, ready to face whatever threat dared harm her. I've got you. I pull her into my arms, cradling her trembling form against my chest. Her entire body shakes violently, fingers clutching desperately at my skin, as if I'm her only anchor to reality. What happened? I demand, barely containing the rage building inside me. She opens her mouth, but chokes on a sob rather than responding, burying her face against my shoulder. Her tears burn hot against my skin. My Kaylee, my bright, fearless Kaylee, attacked, here on my ship, where she should have been safe, where I should have kept her safe. I hold Kaylee tighter for a heartbeat, memorizing the warmth of her against my chest, before gently taking her and laying her on my bed. Her hair fans out across my pillow, tears still glistening on her cheeks. My fingers brush through the soft strands, catching on one of her silver beads. Stay here. The words scrape past my clenched teeth. My tattoos pulse stronger, their glow reflecting in her wide, fearful eyes. Outside my cabin, they're waiting. Fennec's lean frame slouches against the wall, while Arlen's bulk takes up most of the narrow corridor. Yuri hovers behind them, twitching like a guilty child. You have no idea what you've done. Power surges through my markings, casting their faces in an otherworldly teal light. They flinch at the sight, but it's too late for fear to save them. I slam Fennec against the wall first, my forearm crushing his windpipe. His head makes a satisfying thud against the metal bulkhead. Think you're clever? I snarl as he claws desperately at my arm, his fingernails leaving white scratches against my glowing tattoos. Think you can touch what's mine? It was just a bit of fun. Arlen starts, taking a step forward with his hands raised in mock surrender. The sneer hasn't quite left his face, even now. My fist connects with his jaw before he can finish, knuckles driving hard into the flesh beneath that scarred cheek. The crack echoes through the corridor as he stumbles backward, colliding with the opposite wall. Blood sprays from his split lip, painting tiny droplets across the floor. Fun? I release Fennec, who crumples to the floor, gasping and clutching his throat. My power thrums through me like a storm about to break, and I can feel the tattoos blazing brighter with each racing heartbeat. You want fun? My boot connects with his ribs. Once, twice. The third kick has him curling into himself, whimpering like a wounded animal. Each impact sends a satisfying jolt up my leg, and I can feel the bones giving way beneath my assault. This is fun! I spit, my voice dripping with venom. The tattoos on my arms pulse with an otherworldly glow, casting eerie shadows across his terrified face. Yuri tries to run, his boots scrabbling against the floor in desperate retreat. I catch him by the collar, the fabric twisting in my iron grip as I spin him around to face me. His eyes are wide with fear now, that earlier sneer replaced by raw panic. Where do you think you're going? My words come out in a low, dangerous growl that echoes off the corridor walls. The sound of footsteps racing down the corridor barely registers until Tanul's voice cuts through the red haze of my rage. Need a hand? Perfect timing. I release Yuri, who slumps to the ground, wheezing. Help me get this trash topside. My fingers curl into Fennec's collar while my other hand grips Arlen's ankle. The wooden floor creaks as I drag their dead weight across it. Their groans of pain only fuel my anger. Tanul hefts Yuri over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Quite the night for a swim, isn't it? More footsteps thunder above as we emerge onto the deck. The crew gathers, their faces pale in the moonlight. Good. Let them watch. Rope! I bark. Someone scurries to comply. Please, Fennec whimpers as I bind his ankles. We didn't... My fist connects with his jaw, silencing him. Didn't what? Didn't mean to attack her. Didn't mean to get caught. The rope burns against my palms as I hoist them over the side one by one. Their screams echo across the water as they dangle upside down, the waves lapping at their hair. Captain, Arlen pleads, we were just... Just what? My tattoos pulse brighter, casting an eerie glow over the water. Just thought you'd have some fun with her. Tell me, how fun is it now? Tanul steps up beside me, his expression grim. The crew needs to see this. I nod, scanning the faces of my men. Some look away. Others watch with wide eyes. The message is clear. Betray me, and this will seem merciful in comparison. The three traitors' protests turn to gurgles as another wave crashes over them. Let them taste the salt water. Let them feel the fear they try to inflict on Kaylee. Soft footsteps pull my attention from the three men dangling over the water. My muscles tense, ready for another fight. But the sight before me stops my heart. Kaylee stands on deck, my bedsheet wrapped around her small frame like a makeshift dress. Her auburn hair tumbles in waves around her shoulders, catching the moonlight on her silver beads. Those hazel eyes that first drew me in at the festival are wide, but not with the fear I expected to see. My throat tightens. The rage that fueled me moments ago drains away, replaced by an unfamiliar uncertainty. The glow of my tattoos dims slightly as I search her face for any sign of revulsion or horror at what I've done, at what I am. But Kaylee doesn't hesitate. She walks straight to me, her bare feet silent against the wooden deck. Before I can speak, she presses herself against my chest, her fingers curling into my skin. Relief crashes through me like a wave. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her closer until I can feel her heartbeat against mine. She fits perfectly, her head tucking just under my chin, as if she was meant to be there. I press my lips to her hair, breathing in the faint scent of flowers that always seems to follow her. I've got you, I murmur, the words a promise against her skin. She burrows deeper into my embrace, and I feel her tears wet my chest. But when she speaks, her voice is steady. I know. Those two simple words undo me completely. I tighten my hold, one hand coming up to cradle the back of her head. The urge to protect her, to keep her safe, overwhelms everything else. Behind us, one of the men lets out another gurgled scream as a wave crashes over him. Kaylee doesn't flinch. She just snuggles closer, her arms wrapping around my waist. Good. Because I wouldn't let them up even if she disagreed with their punishment.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 30. Shaedryn. I scoop Kaylee into my arms, her slight weight settling against my chest. My tattoos pulse with protective energy, casting a soft, teal glow over her tear-stained face. A quick nod to Tunnel is all that's needed. He knows what needs to be done. Go. I'll take care of this, Tanul says, his usual calm demeanor replaced by cold fury. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. I don't bother responding. Tunnel will handle this exactly as I would. The traitor's fate is sealed, and I have more important matters to attend to. Kaylee's fingers curl into my shirt as I carry her below deck. Her whole body trembles against mine, small hiccups of fear breaking through her usual composure. The sound makes my jaw clench. If she hadn't gotten free of them. I shoulder open the door to my quarters, kicking it shut behind us. The familiar scent of sea salt and leather wraps around us as I lay her gently on my bed. She makes a small sound of protest when I start to pull away, her hand catching my wrist. "Don't go," she whispers. "I'm not going anywhere." I crawl in beside her, pulling her close. She immediately curls into me, her head tucking under my chin. Her tears wet my chest, but I don't care. I run my fingers through her hair, careful not to snag the silver beads woven through the strands. Gradually, her trembling subsides. Her breathing evens out, though she keeps a death grip on my shirt. I press my lips to the top of her head, inhaling the lingering scent of festival flowers. The last of her sniffles fade into silence, replaced by the gentle creaking of the ship and distant waves lapping against the hull. Kaylee's delicate fingers trace invisible patterns across my chest, each touch sending sparks through my tattoos. The teal glow pulses in sync with my quickening heartbeat. She seems lost in thought, completely unaware of how her innocent exploration affects me. My muscles tense beneath her fingertips. I catch her hand, stilling its movement. "Kaylee, look at me." She tilts her head up, those hazel eyes still glassy from tears. A stray auburn strand falls across her face, and I brush it back, letting my fingers linger on her cheek. I should have seen this coming. The way they watched you, how they'd whisper when you passed. My jaw clenches. But I swear to you, no one will ever hurt you again. Not while I draw breath. Shay. Her voice breaks slightly. A small smile tugs at her lips as she places her palm flat against my chest, right over my thundering heart. I'm just grateful you were there, that you heard me. A breathless laugh escapes me. The sound surprises us both. I can't remember the last time I truly laughed. I'll always be there when you need me, Kaylee. My fingers thread through her hair, careful of the silver beads. Always. Her answering smile is brighter than any festival lantern and twice as warming. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 31. Kaylira. The morning light filters through the small window, casting a gentle glow across Shay's empty bed. My hand reaches out, seeking his warmth, but finds only cool sheets. The absence of his steady breathing beside me creates a hollow feeling in my chest. Shay? I sit up slowly, wrapping the sheet around my bare shoulders. My gaze falls to the floor where my white and gold robes lay in tatters, remnants of last night's terror and passion. The sight of them brings a rush of conflicting emotions. I run my fingers through my tangled hair. Several beads are missing, probably scattered somewhere in the chaos of last night. The memory of Fennec's cruel smile and Arlen's rough hands makes me shudder, but it's quickly replaced by the fierce protection in Shay's eyes when he found me. I lean down and pick up a piece of my robe, the gold threading catching the light. The fabric feels different now. Foreign, like it belongs to someone else. Someone who hadn't known the touch of Shaedryn, who hadn't felt the raw power of his love. I can't wear these anymore, I murmur, letting the fabric slip through my fingers back to the floor. My fingers trace the marks Shay left on my skin, and warmth blooms in my chest. The mother's blessing flows through me, stronger than ever, confirming what I already know. I have changed. But has my path? I rummage through Shay's trunk, my fingers brushing against soft fabrics until I find one of his shirts. The material is well worn, carrying his scent, salt air, and something uniquely him. Pulling it over my head, the hem falls to my mid-thigh, the sleeves hanging well past my fingers. This will have to do, I whisper, rolling the sleeves up. Above deck, an eerie quiet has settled over the ship. No crude jokes or friendly banter echo across the wooden planks. Even the waves seem muted, as if the ocean itself holds its breath. My bare feet carry me to the starboard side, where 3 thick ropes stretch taut over the railing. I grip the smooth wood, peering down at the men who, just hours ago, tried to... A shudder runs through me. Fennec's usually sleek hair hangs in wet clumps, his face purple from being suspended upside down. Arlen's massive frame swings slightly in the breeze, his bald head reflecting the morning sun. The third man, whose name I never learned, whimpers quietly. I turn away from their dangling forms, surprised by the steel in my own words. The familiar warmth of the mother's presence hugs me, and I know, truly know, that justice doesn't always wear the face of mercy. A soft footfall behind me makes me jump, my heart leaping into my throat before I recognize Tunnel's familiar silhouette. His expression is gentle, a stark contrast to the usual stoic mask he wears. Lady Kalyra. He keeps his voice low, soothing. Shay's been waiting for you to wake. Would you like me to take you to him? I nod, wrapping my arms around myself. The oversized shirt suddenly feels inadequate under Tunnel's careful gaze. We walk in silence for a few steps before Tunnel clears his throat. I failed in my duties last night. His jaw tightens. The safety of this ship, the conduct of its crew, that falls to me. What happened? I should have seen it coming. Tunnel. No. He stops, turning to face me. Those men were under my command. Their actions reflect on me as much as they do on themselves. You can't control everyone's choices. I touch his arm lightly. Still. His eyes drift to the dangling men. I should have noticed their discontent before it reached this point, before they... He trails off, unable to finish. What matters is what happened after, I say firmly. You came when I called. You helped Shay protect me. That's what I'll remember. Tunnel's shoulders relax slightly, though the guilt doesn't completely leave his eyes. You're very kind, my lady. Shay is fortunate to have found you. I smile, feeling truly that it was the other way around. The salt breeze whips my hair around my face as Tunnel and I walk along the deck in companionable silence. I let my fingers run against the railing, watching sunlight dance across the waves. The wood feels warm beneath my touch, worn smooth by years of similar caresses from countless other hands. You know, Tunnel says, his voice thoughtful, I've served with Shay for nearly a decade now, never seen him like this before. There's something tender in his expression, like a proud older brother watching his sibling finally find his way. I turn to face him, curious. Like what? The light catches a beaded strand of my hair as I tilt my head, creating tiny rainbows that dance across Tannel's serious features. Happy. He drums his fingers on the wooden rail. At peace, maybe. The man I met years ago wouldn't be here, wouldn't have stopped to help a priestess in trouble. His lips quirk up. Wouldn't have danced at a festival. He pauses, considering his next words carefully. He used to be all sharp edges and iron walls. Now, well, let's just say the crews noticed the change too. Heat creeps into my cheeks at the memory of dancing with Shay, of flower petals raining down around us like nature's own blessing. My fingers absently trace the wooden railing as I recall the way his hands had felt on my waist, how the music had seemed to fade until it was just us moving together. The changes in him. Tannel continues, studying my face with that keen perception that makes me wonder if he can read my thoughts. That's your doing. The way he smiles now, how he started joining the crew for meals instead of eating alone in his cabin. Is that good or bad? I ask, suddenly uncertain. The weight of what happened last night, of what passed between Shay and me, settles heavy in my chest. I think of stolen glances and whispered words, of moments that felt both terrifying and inevitable. Tannel's expression grows serious, his eyes holding mine with an intensity that makes me want to look away, but I don't. That depends entirely on you, my lady, on the choices you make from here. His words carry the weight of both warning and possibility, making my heart flutter with equal parts anticipation and fear. My fingers find one of the remaining beads in my hair, twisting it nervously. What do you mean? I think you know exactly what I mean. His dark eyes hold mine, gentle but unflinching, and the words catch in my throat. Because I do know, but I don't think I can make the choice either of them want me to make.
Chapter 32. Shaedryn. The salt-tinged breeze whips across my face as I stare out at the endless expanse of water. My thoughts drift back to last night, to Kaylee in my arms, to the way her body felt against mine, to the primal rage that coursed through me when I found out what those bastards tried to do. A familiar warmth tingles along my tattoos, alerting me to her presence before I hear her footsteps. My lips twitch into a smile as I turn, catching sight of her wearing my shirt, the hem brushing her thighs. Tanul follows a few steps behind, his expression unreadable. Meeting his gaze, I give him a slight nod. He returns it and retreats, leaving us alone. "You'll catch a chill dressed like that," I say, shrugging off my coat and wrapping it around her shoulders. The morning mist clings to her hair, making the silver beads glisten. They keep me warm. Kaylee presses against me, her small frame fitting perfectly against mine. My arm circles her waist instinctively, pulling her closer. "Did you sleep well?" I brush my lips against her temple, inhaling the lingering scent of flowers in her hair. Better than I have in years. She tilts her head up, those hazel eyes capturing mine, glowing with a warmth that makes my heart skip. "Though I missed you when I woke up." "Sorry about that. Had some business to attend to." I run my fingers along her arm, trying to make up for my absence with gentle touches. The morning air feels less bitter with her pressed against me. She snuggles deeper into my embrace, her breath warm against my chest. The beads in her hair clink softly with the movement. "Promise you won't disappear on me again." My chest tightens at her words, an unfamiliar ache that's both painful and sweet. After years of keeping everyone at arm's length, her simple request undoes me completely. "Never," I whisper, meaning it more than any promise I've ever made. The word hangs between us, weighted with everything I can't bring myself to say. The crew shuffles around us, their movements subdued, eyes cast downward. Even the usual morning chatter has died to whispers. Good. Let them remember what happens when they cross me. Let them remember the sound of those traitors screaming as they dangle over the side of my ship. Kaylee's fingers trace the glowing patterns on my arm, pulling me from my dark thoughts. Her touch sends sparks of warmth through my tattoos, a sensation I'm quickly becoming addicted to. How long until we reach Voig? Her voice is soft, hesitant. The question hits me like a punch to the gut. My jaw clenches as I stare out at the horizon, trying to keep my expression neutral. The thought of her returning to that temple, returning to a life without me, it twists something deep in my chest. She belongs here with me, where I can protect her, where I can wake up to her smile every morning. But she's a priestess. Her life is devoted to the Mother, to serving in that temple. Who am I to take that from her? We should arrive tomorrow night. My voice sounds hollow, empty. I clear my throat. Unless there's somewhere else you'd rather visit first? Please say yes, I think. Please give me more time. She shakes her head and my heart sinks. I should return to my duties. The other priestesses will be worried. I tighten my hold on her waist, fighting the urge to tell her to stay, to beg her to choose me over her calling. But I can't. Won't. The Mother gave her to me for a reason, even if it was just for this brief time. Kaylee shifts in my arms, her fingers playing with the collar of my shirt. The morning breeze carries the scent of her, flowers and something uniquely her, making my tattoos pulse with warmth. Shay? Her voice is soft, hesitant, barely above a whisper. The morning light catches the beads in her hair, making them sparkle like dewdrops. Would it be all right if I stayed in your room again tonight? My heart stutters in my chest, the tattoos along my arms pulsing with an answering warmth. The image of her curled up in my bed, wearing my clothes, floods my mind. The way she'd looked last night, drowning in one of my shirts, her hair spread across my pillow. I clear my throat, trying to maintain some semblance of control despite the way my blood burns at the memory. You can stay in your room instead. I'll watch over you, I offer, not wanting her to feel pressured, though every fiber of my being aches to keep her close. After what happened? No. She turns in my arms, those hazel eyes meeting mine with unexpected intensity, a determination I've come to both admire and fear. Her fingers grip my shirt tighter. I want to be with you. In your room. The conviction in her voice sends heat coursing through my veins, igniting something primal and possessive deep within my chest. My tattoos flare brighter, responding to her proximity, to her words, their teal glow casting dancing shadows across her skin. The Mother's magic pulses through the markings, almost singing with approval. Are you sure? I brush my thumb across her cheek, watching as her eyes flutter at my touch. The freckles scattered across her nose seem to dance in the ethereal light of my tattoos, and I find myself mesmerized by the way the hazel in her eyes shifts between green and gold. More sure than I've ever been about anything. She rises on her tiptoes, pressing closer, her warmth seeping through my clothes and into my skin. Her fingers twist tighter in my shirt. Please. As if I could deny her anything when she looks at me like that, with such trust and longing in her gaze. Then my room is yours. I lean down, capturing her lips in a gentle kiss that threatens to consume me whole. My free hand finds the small of her back, steadying her. For as long as you want it. Forever, I think, but don't say, though the thought terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. Something shifts inside me as her words sink in. A warmth spreads through my chest, different from the heat of desire or the burn of anger. This feeling, it's unfamiliar, yet somehow right. My tattoos pulse with a gentle glow, responding to the surge of emotion. I let out a short laugh, remembering all the times people have tried to get close to me. The assassins, the thieves, the opportunists. Most people who want to be near me usually have daggers hidden behind their backs. Well, she says, rising on her tiptoes to press a kiss to my jaw. The only thing I'm hiding is how much I want to be with you. The simple truth in her words hits me harder than any blade ever has. My arms tighten around her waist, pulling her closer. This woman, this priestess who dances in festivals and wears flowers in her hair, wants to be with me. Not for power, not for wealth, just me.
Chapter 33. Kaelira. The familiar skyline of Voig rises before us, its spires piercing the dusky sky. Music and laughter drift across the water, reminding me of the night I first met Shay. Has it really been less than 2 weeks? I grip the ship's railing, my chest tight. I can't believe it's over. Time to say your goodbyes, Tannel says from behind me. When I turn, his usually stoic expression has softened. We'll miss having you aboard, priestess. I'll miss you too. I throw my arms around him, and after a moment's hesitation, he returns the embrace. Thank you for everything, Tannel. He pats my back, sighing. He probably wants to tell me to change my mind, to make a different decision. But I can't. The mother is my path. Just keep them in line for me, I whisper. He pulls back, eyes flicking between mine. He nods wordlessly. Young Bryce, the wine-spilling sailor, shuffles forward next. I'm still sorry about your robes that first night. Don't be silly. I ruffle his hair. It was the mother's way of breaking the ice. The mother works in mysterious ways, Wren chimes in, stepping forward to clasp my hand. Safe journey home, Kaylee. He kisses it gently. One by one, the crew members approach to bid farewell. Some offer hugs, others handshakes. A few simply nod, but their eyes speak volumes. These men have become family. Shay's warm hand finds mine, his fingers intertwining with my own. Ready? I squeeze his hand, taking one last look at the faces I've grown to love. The mother brought me more than just Shay. She gave me an entire family I never knew I needed. Ready? I whisper, letting him guide me down the gangplank and onto the dock below. The familiar streets of Voig wrap around us like a bittersweet embrace. Sweet jasmine and night-blooming cereus perfume the air, their scents mingling with the smoke from countless torches. My heart aches with each step we take through the celebrating crowds, Shay's hand warm and steady in mine. The festival continues in full swing, just as vibrant as the night we met. Performers dance through the streets, their costumes shimmering in the flickering light. A group of children dash past us, their laughter echoing off the stone buildings. The sound reminds me of simpler days within the temple walls, teaching young acolytes about the mother's love. My fingers trace a bead in my hair, Shay's gift from our time in Draelith. Each one holds a memory, the lantern festival, the petal dance in Velmarin, countless stolen moments aboard Mother's Whisper. The weight of them grounds me, even as my heart threatens to float away with each passing second. Shay's tattoos pulse softly in the darkness, casting an ethereal glow across his sharp features. His silver eyes reflect the torchlight as he guides me through the crowd, his body unconsciously shielding mine from the press of revelers. Even now he protects me. The thought sends a fresh wave of pain through my chest. I can't believe the boats are already being prepared, I say, watching dozens of small vessels bob gently in the harbour. Each one bears its own collection of treasures, dried flowers from courtships, love letters never sent, tokens of affection both requited and unrequited. Shay's hand tightens around mine. Would you like to send one out? My throat constricts. I wouldn't know what to put in it. A small boat rocks nearby, barely larger than a child's toy. Its wooden surface is already adorned with pink roses and strips of parchment covered in elegant script. I nudge Shay's shoulder playfully. If I'm sending one out, you have to as well. It's only fair. His silver eyes catch mine, a mix of amusement and something deeper swimming in their depths. Is that so? Absolutely. I grab his hand and pull him toward the water's edge where other festival goers are gathering. The crowd parts easily for us, or rather for Shay's imposing presence. 2 pieces of parchment, please, I ask the elderly woman distributing writing materials. She hands them over with a knowing smile. May the mother hear your hearts. Finding a quiet spot near the water, I settle cross-legged on the ground. The parchment feels delicate beneath my fingers as I begin to write. The words flow easily. They always do when I'm speaking to the mother. Dearest mother, I write, you've blessed me with more than I could have imagined when you guided Shaedryn to me. If he and I are truly meant to be, please show me the way. Bring him back to me, if that is your will. Your devoted daughter, Kalira. I fold the parchment carefully, pressing a kiss to its surface before placing it in one of the small boats bobbing at the water's edge. Pink rose petals dance around my letter, carried by the gentle breeze. Beside me, Shay sits in contemplative silence, his quill hovering over his own parchment. His tattoos pulse softly in the growing darkness, casting an ethereal glow over his writing. Though curiosity burns within me, I resist the urge to peek. Some things should remain between a person and their gods, even if tonight the god in question is my own beloved mother. The boat rocks gently as it drifts toward deeper water, joining dozens of others in their journey to the goddess. My letter floats away, carrying my heart's deepest wish with it. The archers stand ready, their bows drawn against the star-filled sky. My heart pounds as I watch them, each arrow tip glowing like a fallen star. Shay's hand finds mine in the darkness, and I grip it tightly, memorizing the feel of his calloused fingers against my skin. "Ready!" calls the festival master. The bowstrings creak with tension. "Aim!" A collective breath is held. "Fire!" The arrows arc through the night, trailing fire like shooting stars. They strike their targets with perfect precision, and the little boats burst into flame. The harbour transforms into a sea of dancing light, each vessel carrying pieces of countless hearts across the water. "It's beautiful," I whisper, watching the flames reflect off my beads. The heat of the fires warms my face, but it can't touch the cold settling in my chest. Shay's thumb traces circles on my palm. "Like you," he murmurs. I turn to look at him, drinking in the way the firelight plays across his features, how it makes his tattoos shimmer like stars beneath his skin. His silver eyes meet mine, and for a moment I consider changing my mind. But I can't. The mother's path is clear. The boats drift further out to sea, their flames merging into a single golden line on the horizon. As they fade into the darkness, taking with them the hopes and dreams of countless lovers, I feel my own wishes burning away with them.
Chapter 34. Shaedryn. I stand beside Kaylee, watching her delicate fingers release the small boat into the water. Her letter, whatever secrets it holds, floats away with countless others. The parchment curls at the edges, already dampening from the mist rising off the water. The first arrows fly, their burning tips arcing through the night sky. One by one, the little boats catch flame. The water reflects the fire like stars fall into earth. And I can't help but think how fitting it is. Everything beautiful must eventually burn away. Kaylee's fingers find mine in the darkness. The touch sends electricity through my tattoos, making them pulse with a faint glow. Even now, after everything, she affects me like no one else ever has. "It's beautiful," she says, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "Like you," I murmur, meaning it more than any words I've ever spoken. The firelight catches in her hair, turning the beads to liquid gold, and my chest aches with things I can't express. I watch the flames paint patterns across the water, each burning boat carrying away someone's hopes, dreams, regrets. Mine stays in my pocket, too heavy with truth to let go. I want to beg her to stay, to choose me over her duty. But I know better. I've seen the way her face lights up when she speaks of the mother, the passion in her voice when she talks about her calling. Who am I to stand between her and her goddess? Her head rests against my shoulder, and I breathe in the scent of her hair, flowers and salt air and something uniquely Kaylee. I'll carry this memory with me, I decide. This moment when she was still mine. I tug Kaylee's hand, guiding her away from the docks and through the festival-lit streets. The burning boats fade behind us, their glow replaced by scattered lanterns and torchlight. Her fingers are cold in mine, and I resist the urge to pull her closer, to warm her against my chest one last time. We wind through the back alleys of Voig, taking the quickest route to the temple. My eyes scan each shadow, each corner, watching for threats. Even here, during a sacred festival, danger lurks. My tattoos pulse faintly, ready to channel power if needed. The stars are bright tonight, Kaylee says softly, breaking our silence. Her voice catches slightly on the words. They are. The response feels inadequate, but my throat tightens around anything more meaningful. 1,000 things I want to tell her die unspoken on my tongue. A group of revelers stumbles past, their laughter too loud in the quiet street. I shift, positioning myself between them and Kaylee until they pass. She squeezes my hand, a gesture that says she notices my protectiveness, appreciates it. The temple looms ahead, its white stone walls catching the moonlight. Kaylee's steps slow as we approach, and mine match her reluctant pace. The sounds of the festival have faded to a distant hum, leaving us in a bubble of silence broken only by our footfalls on the cobblestones. We reach the temple steps, and my heart flutters like a caged thing trying to break free. Kaylee turns to face me, her hazel eyes glistening in the moonlight. The beads in her hair catch the light, reminding me of the stars above us. My tattoos pulse faintly, responding to her proximity even now. I suppose this is goodbye, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers twist in the fabric of her robes, a nervous habit I've grown to love, one that makes my chest ache with the knowledge that I might never see it again. It doesn't have to be. The words escape me, desperate and raw. You could stay with me, travel with me, choose me instead. The unspoken possibilities hang heavy in the air between us. Shaedryn. She reaches up, her palm warm against my cheek, and my tattoos pulse brighter at her touch. We both know I belong here. The mother calls me to serve. My jaw clenches, teeth grinding together as bitterness wells up inside me. Of course she does. The mother who now takes the one person who made me feel whole, who taught me to trust again. The irony isn't lost on me, that the goddess who seems to have guided me through life now demands the heart I never meant to give away. I know. I cover her hand with mine, memorizing the feel of her skin against my calloused palm, the way her warmth makes my tattoos shimmer and dance. I just wish... Don't. She rises on her tiptoes, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips that tastes of goodbye and summer rain. Thank you for showing me the world, even if only for a little while, for teaching me what it means to truly live. I force myself to step back, to drop my hands to my sides, though every fiber of my being screams to hold on. The mother's presence feels suffocating now, watching through the temple's ornate windows. Be safe, Kalira. She gives me one last smile, the kind that makes her eyes crinkle at the corners and has always managed to break down my carefully constructed walls before turning away. I watch her climb the temple steps, her white robes catching the breeze like wings about to take flight. She pauses at the top, looking back once, and in that moment I see all our shared adventures, all our quiet moments, all our lost futures reflected in her hazel eyes. Come back to me. Come back, Kalira. But she doesn't, and I know she won't. The temple doors close with a heavy thud that echoes through my chest. My tattoos pulse erratically, matching the chaos in my heart. The festival lights dance across the water behind me, but their warmth feels distant now, hollow. Damn! I drag my fingers through my hair, yanking the tie loose. The weight of my hair falling free does nothing to ease the tightness in my chest. My feet carry me away from the temple steps, each stride longer than the last, until I'm practically running. I stop. The cobblestones beneath my boots seem to mock me with their stillness. Turning back, I stare at the temple's white walls, taking 3 quick steps toward them before freezing again. What am I doing? Kaylee made her choice. She chose her goddess, her duty. The same dedication that drew me to her is what's taking her away. My eyes drift up to the star-filled sky, and a bitter laugh escapes my throat. Is this what you wanted? The words come out harsh, accusatory. Show me someone who makes everything make sense, then rip her away. My tattoos flare bright enough to cast shadows on the ground. Why give me a taste of what could be, only to... I cut myself off, dropping my head into my hands. The mother doesn't answer to the likes of me. She never has before. Why would she start now? The night breeze carries the scent of temple incense, the same scent that clings to Kaylee's hair. My chest constricts, and I know I need to leave before I do something stupid like break down the temple doors. I scoff, shaking my head. I love you, Kaylira. And then I turn and I walk away.
Chapter 35. Kaylira. The temple's familiar incense fills my lungs as I step through the grand doors. Sister Maeve rushes forward, her white robe swishing against the marble floor. Kaylira, thank the mother you've returned safely. She pulls me into a tight embrace. We worried when you didn't return after the first festival. I force a smile, pushing away thoughts of silver eyes and gentle hands. The mother guided me to witness her celebrations across the coast. More sisters gather around, their curious faces illuminated by candlelight. Sister Elena, always the skeptic, crosses her arms. And what could you possibly learn that our sacred texts don't already teach? Oh, Hera, you should see how they honour her in Draelith. They release thousands of lanterns into the night sky, each one carrying prayers and devotion. My voice grows animated as I describe the festivities. And in Illimar, the villagers weave ribbons around a great pole, dancing in patterns that represent the mother's eternal love. That sounds rather common, Elena sniffs. But that's exactly what makes it beautiful. I clasp my hands together. The mother's love touches everyone, from the highest noble to the humblest fisher. In Velmorin, they shower the entire city in flower petals. Children dance in the streets, and even the most hardened sailors stop to marvel at her beauty. My heart feels like a caged bird, beating against my ribs with every step away from the docks. But I can't think about that now. I can't think about him. The mother's love truly knows no bounds, I say instead, meaning every word despite the ache in my chest. She reaches across all waters, all lands, touching hearts in ways we could never imagine from within these walls. I felt her presence so strongly, I say, pacing the temple's main hall with animated steps. It was like she was walking beside us, showering petals from above, the whole city transformed into her garden. Sister Elena's lips purse into a thin line. How quaint. But that's not all. My hands flutter as I speak, unable to contain my excitement. In Draelith, during the night of 1,000 lanterns, I swear I heard her whisper on the wind. The way the light danced across the water, it was her blessing made manifest. We have our own ceremonies here, Sister Maeve reminds me gently, though her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Of course, but experiencing her love in so many different ways. I trail off, noticing their blank expressions. Don't you see? Each celebration shows a different facet of her grace. The mother isn't just confined to our temple walls and ancient texts. The ancient texts have served us well for generations, Sister Hera says with a slight edge to her voice. I clasp my hands together, trying to contain my enthusiasm. They have. But imagine if we could incorporate some of these traditions. The children in Illimar. I think you need rest after your journey, Sister Maeve interrupts, her tone kind but dismissive. Perhaps some quiet meditation will help center you again. I recognize the polite dismissal for what it is. Their smiles are practiced, perfect, and completely devoid of understanding, just like always. My heart sinks, but I maintain my bright expression. The temple's quiet murmurs cease as Mother Ellen's footsteps echo against the marble floor. My excitement fades at the sight of her stern expression, her silver hair pulled so tight it must hurt. Kaelira. Her voice cuts through the air like winter frost. I see your adventure has filled your head with grand ideas. I straighten my spine, though my hands tremble slightly. Mother Ellen, I only wish to share the beautiful ways others honour our goddess. Beautiful? She circles me like a hawk. You speak of peasant rituals as if they hold the same weight as our sacred traditions. Traditions passed down through generations of devoted priestesses. But they do, I insist, my voice soft but firm. The mother's love reaches everyone regardless of... Enough. Mother Ellen's robes swish as she turns to face me. Your words border on heresy. You claim to hear her whispers, to feel her presence more strongly than those who have dedicated their entire lives to her service. That's not what I... You've grown arrogant, child. Her grey eyes narrow. Travelling with common merchants, participating in vulgar displays of devotion. And now you return, speaking of divine connection as if you alone understand the mother's will. The other sisters shift uncomfortably, their gazes dropping to the floor. Only Sister Maeve meets my eyes, her expression torn between sympathy and fear. These claims of yours... Mother Ellen's voice drops dangerously low. They could lead others astray, make them question the natural order, the authority the mother herself has bestowed upon this temple. Upon me. The mother's love isn't meant to be contained, I whisper, my heart pounding. She shows herself in countless ways, to all who seek her. If the people believe the mother has chosen you as her messenger, Mother Ellen hisses, then what purpose do we serve? Mother Ellen, But my words are cut off when she nods to the priestesses, who have been looking her expectantly. They turn to me, and I don't have time to do anything, to anticipate what's about to happen. Hands grab at my robes, yanking me backward. Sister Elena's fingers dig into my arm as she tries to tear away the white fabric. I stumble, catching myself against a pillar as more sisters surround me. Stop, please! My voice echoes off the temple walls. What are you doing? Heretic! Someone spits the word like poison. You dare claim the mother's favour? Sharp pain lances through my scalp as Sister Hera grabs one of my braids, ripping out the silver beads Shae helped me weave in. They scatter across the marble floor like fallen stars, each tiny impact a thunderclap in my ears. These don't belong to you anymore. Mother Ellen's voice cuts through the chaos. She stands apart from the fray, watching with cold satisfaction as her faithful tear at me. Strip her of everything. My robe tears at the shoulder. The sound of ripping fabric mingles with grunts of effort and my own desperate protests. Sister Maeve's face appears in the crowd, horror etched in her features, but she doesn't move to help. The mother's love isn't meant to be hoarded. I cry out as another bead tears free, taking strands of hair with it. Why can't you see that? Silence her, Mother Ellen commands. A hand clamps over my mouth, fingers digging into my cheeks. Tears blur my vision, but I refuse to let them fall. Through it all, Mother Ellen watches, her lips curved in a satisfied smile that never reaches her eyes. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 36. Shaedryn. I pace along the weathered planks of the dock, my boots wearing a path into the wood as the salt-laden breeze whips at my cloak. The mother's whisper rocks gently behind me, her rigging creaking a familiar song, ready to set sail with the evening tide. But my feet won't carry me aboard. My tattoos reflect my anxious energy that I can't shake, their usual teal glow seeming somehow dimmer, more erratic. This is ridiculous, I mutter, running a hand through my hair, loosening strands from their tie. She made her choice. She wants to be here. She belongs here. The words taste bitter, unconvincing even to my own ears. But the image of Kaylee's face as she walked away haunts me like a persistent shadow. The way her smile didn't quite reach her eyes, how her fingers lingered on mine before letting go. Warm, hesitant, speaking volumes in that silent moment. The memory of her beaded braids catching the morning light makes my chest ache in a way I'm not prepared to examine. You're being a fool, Shaedryn, I tell myself, turning to stare at the temple's white marble spires rising above the city like accusing fingers against the darkening sky. A complete fool. The creak of footsteps on wood announces Tanul's presence before I see him. He leans against a mooring post, arms crossed, watching me with that knowing look I hate. The crew's ready, he says, but you're clearly not. I'm fine. The words come out sharper than intended. We should leave with the tide. Should we? Tanul's voice carries a hint of challenge. Because you've been wearing a groove in this dock since you returned. I start to protest, but he cuts me off. Go to her! I stop mid-stride, turning to face him, my silver eyes narrowing. What? Go to her, he repeats, as if it's the simplest thing in the world, as natural as breathing. You're in love with her. Anyone with eyes can see it. The way you watch her when she's not looking. How your voice changes when you speak her name. It's not that simple, I argue, but even to my own ears the words sound weak, hollow like excuses. My tattoos pulse faintly with my agitation, casting subtle teal shadows across the weathered dock. She has duties here, responsibilities. The temple, Tanul interrupts, pushing away from the post with fluid grace, is not worth sacrificing happiness for. And you know it. The mother herself champions love, or have you forgotten that in your stubbornness? I stare at him, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird seeking freedom. Could it really be that simple? The thought of Kaylee's warm hazel eyes and gentle smile makes my chest ache with the familiar longing I've tried so hard to ignore. Things like this, Tanul continues, gesturing vaguely at my restless pacing across the weathered planks. They happen to so few people, and only so often in a lifetime. Some spend their whole lives searching for what you found without even looking. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to quiet the chaos in my mind, to dull the persistent ache that's been growing since Kaylee first mentioned leaving. You don't understand. No? His boots scrape against the dock as he shifts, and I can hear the knowing edge in his voice that makes my jaw clench. I understand that you've changed since she came aboard. I understand that your tattoos glow brighter when she's near. Yes, I noticed. And I understand that you're about to make the biggest mistake of your life by letting her walk away. The way you look at her when you think no one's watching. I've never seen you like this with anyone. My hands drop to my sides, fingers curling into fists as the truth of his words settles over me like a physical weight. Something feels wrong, I mutter, running my fingers through my hair and tugging at the loose strands that have escaped my braid. The sensation crawls up my spine like icy fingers, setting my teeth on edge and making my tattoos pulse with an uncomfortable energy. In my gut, I just can't what? I can't figure out if it's my attempt to leave or my desire to stay that's making me feel this way. The admission comes out rough, almost angry, scraping against my throat like shards of glass. My fingers trace absently over the glowing marks on my forearm, their light flickering erratically with my turbulent emotions. I don't know why the mother is suddenly so... there, I mutter. Tanul cocks his head, his expression knowing in a way that makes me want to hit him. Maybe because you're finally ready to receive them. Maybe because this time it actually matters. I lean against the railing, my tattoos pulsing with an anxious rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Below us, the water laps at the dock posts, a steady rhythm that usually calms me. Not today. What if I'm meant to go? I ask quietly. What if staying would only bring her pain? Tanul's laughter catches me off guard, echoing across the empty dock. For someone blessed by the mother herself, you're remarkably dense. What's that supposed to mean? I turn to face him, my tattoos flickering with irritation. Let's see. He holds up his fingers, counting off. You named your ship after her. Your markings glow whenever Kaylee's near. You two met during her festival, and she quite literally danced her way into your life. He drops his hand, fixing me with an exasperated stare. The mother couldn't be more obvious if she appeared before you wearing a sign that says, "She's the one." The weight of his words hits me like a physical blow. Every moment, every coincidence, every strange pull I've felt since meeting Kaylee. I'm an idiot. Finally, he gets it. Tanul claps me on the shoulder. Now, are you going to keep standing here stating the obvious, or are you going to do something about it? My feet are moving before he finishes speaking. I sprint past the market stalls, weaving through the lingering festival crowds. My pulse throbs desperately, but it's not from exertion. It's from clarity, from purpose. Watch it! Someone shouts as I dodge around them. Sorry! I call back, not slowing. The temple grows larger with each step, its spires reaching toward the darkening sky. I've been so blind, so caught up in what I thought was right that I missed what was right in front of me. The mother didn't just guide me to Kaylee, she's been trying to keep us together, and I've been too stubborn to see it.
Chapter 37. Kaylira. I feel their hands all over me as they drag me toward the back chambers. My screams echo through the marble halls, but no help comes. The sacred space I once called home has become my prison. Stop this! You don't understand. My words cut off as they rip at my robes, the sound of tearing fabric mixing with their hateful whispers. The cold air hits my skin as the white and gold garments fall away in shreds, leaving me exposed in my thin underclothes. Silence, blasphemer. Mother Ellen's voice cracks like a whip. White-hot fury surges through me. I wrench my arm free and swing blindly, my palm connecting with Sister Marin's cheek. The sharp crack of the impact freezes everyone. Horror washes over me as I realise what I've done. Sister Maren's eyes blaze with rage. Her hand strikes my face, harder than I thought possible from someone who preaches gentleness. She grabs a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back. "You dare strike a servant of the mother?" She spits, her saliva hot on my cheek. "Hold her down," Mother Ellen commands. Multiple sets of hands force me to my knees, gripping my arms and shoulders. The cold stone floor bites into my skin. Sister Maren produces a knife, its blade glinting in the candlelight. "You think you're so special, running off with that Kasheng sailor." She grabs a handful of my hair, sawing through it roughly. The beads Shay once touched so tenderly clatter to the floor. Nothing but a common human witch. Tears sting my eyes as chunks of my sun-kissed hair fall around me. Each cut feels like a betrayal, not just of me, but of everything the mother truly stands for. Love, acceptance, understanding. The mother sent him to me. I insist, through gritted teeth, earning another sharp yank of my hair. "The mother would never bless a union with merchant filth," Sister Maren snarls, cutting away another section of my hair. "How dare you speak of him that way?" My voice trembles with rage. Shay showed more compassion in a single day than these women have in all my years here. The memory of his gentle touch, his protective nature, fuels my anger. "He is 10 times the servant of the mother that any of you are." Sister Maren's face contorts with disgust. I gather the blood and spit in my mouth and launch it directly into her face. The glob hits her eye with a satisfying splat. Her fist connects with my jaw before I can savour my small victory. Stars explode behind my eyes as my head snaps back. The metallic taste of blood fills my mouth again. Enough of this. Mother Ellen's voice cuts through the ringing in my ears. Bind her and bring her to the altar. Rough hands seize my arms. Someone yanks my head back by what remains of my hair, while another ties my wrists with coarse rope. The bindings bite into my skin as they drag me toward the temple's heart. "Please," I gasp, my bare feet scraping against the cold stone floor. What did I do wrong? I only wanted to serve her, to share her love with others. Tears stream down my face. I've dedicated my life to the mother. Everything I did was for her. "You sought to elevate yourself above your station," Mother Ellen says, as they haul me toward the altar. The mother speaks through us, not through some common priestess who spread her legs for a Kasheng sailor. Her words wrench my stomach, twisting it in a way I've never known. These women, who taught me everything I know about faith and devotion, now treat me like a heretic. My chest heaves with sobs as they drag me closer to the altar where I once found such peace. "She cannot favour you," Sister Hera says, "and we will ensure it." The ropes burn against my wrists as I struggle against them, my torn underclothes providing little protection from the cold altar stone beneath me. "Mother, please," I whisper, tears streaming down my face. "I've only ever served you with love." Mother Ellen's laugh is sharp as broken glass. "Love?" "You pray to her even now, thinking that she will swoop in and save you, as though you are better than us." "The mother is love," I insist, my voice cracking. "She celebrates all forms of devotion. The festivals I witnessed." Silence. The dagger gleams in the candlelight as Mother Ellen raises it. "You think your little adventure makes you special? That watching peasants dance somehow gives you divine insight?" The blade's tip traces my collarbone, drawing a thin line of blood. I gasp at the sting but force myself to meet her gaze. "Please, Mother Ellen, sisters, I know you to be devoted to our goddess, to be full of love and compassion and forgiveness. She wouldn't want this." "Foolish girl." Mother Ellen's fingers dig into my jaw. If the mother truly chose someone to speak for her, it wouldn't be some naive human who is so easily fooled by a pathetic elven man. "The mother sent Shaedryn to me," I say through gritted teeth. He bears her mark. The tattoos of a merchant caste? She scoffs. You're more deluded than I thought. The dagger moves to my throat. I close my eyes, tears sliding down my temples. Mother, I pray silently, if I've truly served you, if my love for you is pure, please, help me. The blade slices into my skin, and I scream, the sound echoing off the temple walls. Blood trickles down my chest, warm and sticky against my torn underclothes. Mother Ellen's eyes gleam with a zealot's fervour as she draws another line, crossing the first. This is just the beginning. By the end, you'll beg to be released from your sinful body so that the mother can punish you for your lies. Tears stream down my face, mixing with the blood. I never lied. I gasp through the pain. Everything I did was in service to her. The festivals, the people, their love for her is real. The ropes bite deeper into my wrists as I struggle. The stone altar beneath me, once a place of peace and meditation, now feels like ice against my bare skin. My choppy, ruined hair sticks to my tear-stained cheeks. The mother showed me so much. I whisper, my voice breaking. If you could only see. The blade presses against my throat, silencing me. Mother Ellen's face twists with contempt. As the cold steel bites into my flesh, I realise with crushing clarity that I'm going to die here, in this sacred place that was once my home. My only regret floods through me, sharp as the knife at my throat, Shay. I never told him I loved him. Never got to feel his arms around me one last time, or see his silver eyes light up when he smiles. I love you, Shaedryn. I'm sorry I didn't stay with you, but at least you'll never know I'm gone.
Chapter 38. Shaedryn. My adrenaline is pumping wildly as I approach the temple steps, rehearsing words I've practiced 100 times on the walk here. None of them feel right. None of them capture what Kaylee means to me, how she's changed everything. The night air carries the scent of festival incense, but something else taints it. Something wrong. A muffled cry echoes from within the temple walls. My blood turns to ice. That voice, I'd know it anywhere. Kaylee. No. The word slips from my lips as another scream pierces the air. My tattoos flare to life, pulsing with an intensity I've never felt before. Power surges through my veins, demanding release. I slam through the temple doors, wood splintering beneath my hands. The main corridor stretches before me, empty save for flickering candlelight and shadows. Too empty. Kaylee! My voice thunders through the sacred halls, bouncing off stone walls. Another scream answers, closer now, but deeper in the temple. I sprint down the corridor, following her voice. Left, right, through archways and past alcoves filled with offerings to the mother. My footsteps echo against marble floors as I run faster than I ever have before. Kylie! I roar, her name burning up my throat, kicking doors down in search of her. Where are the other priestesses? Were they attacked during Kaylee's absence? Was someone waiting for Kaylee to return? The screaming stops abruptly, and the silence that follows chills me more than any cry could. My tattoos pulse brighter with each racing heartbeat as I tear through the temple, searching for her. Blood. The metallic scent hits me as I round another corner. Fresh blood. Kaylee's blood. A roar builds in my chest, primal and fierce. Someone has hurt her. They've dared to hurt what's mine. I burst through the heavy wooden doors, my momentum carrying me into a vast circular chamber. The scene before me freezes my blood. Kaylee lies bound to a stone altar, her skin marked with cruel, deliberate cuts. Blood, her blood, trickles down her sides. Her robes lie in tatters, leaving her nearly naked and completely vulnerable. My tattoos burn white-hot against my skin as rage floods my system. Our eyes meet across the chamber. Tears stream down her face, and she tries to call my name through the cloth they've stuffed in her mouth. The sound tears at my heart. She strains against her bonds, fresh blood welling from where the ropes bite into her wrists. A circle of robed figures surrounds her, their faces hidden in shadow. One stands above Kaylee, a ceremonial dagger dripping red in her hand. She turns to face me, pulling back her hood to reveal severe features twisted with disdain. "This is no place for you, outsider." Her voice drips with condescension. "Leave now. What happens here is sacred business." Sacred? My fingers curl into fists as I take in the scene, the blood, the terror in Kaylee's eyes, the self-righteous tilt of the priestess's chin. There's nothing sacred about this. I step forward, my boots clicking against the marble floor. "Get away from her." My voice comes out as a growl, barely recognizable as human speech. "This is not your concern," one of the priestesses snaps. "Leave now, before what?" The words taste like venom on my tongue. My tattoos pulse with each racing heartbeat, casting eerie shadows across their faces. Kaylee's muffled whimpers cut through my rage like a knife. Her eyes lock with mine, wide with terror and pain. Blood trickles down her arms where they've cut into her precious skin. The priestess that stands over her lifts the dagger high above her head, its blade catching the candlelight. "For the glory of the Mother!" No. The knife plunges down toward Kaylee's heart. Something inside me snaps. A roar tears from my throat, primal and raw, as though my very soul is being ripped apart. The sound echoes off the stone walls, making the candles flicker. Pain sears through my body as my tattoos ignite with blinding intensity. The light burns so bright I can see it through my closed eyelids. Then, cutting through the agony, a voice. Soft as silk, but powerful as a storm. It fills my mind, drowning out everything else. The Mother's presence washes over me like a wave, ancient and overwhelming. For the first time, I understand what Kaylee means when she speaks of divine connection. Power surges through my veins, setting every nerve ending aflame. This is what I was born for. This is why the Mother guided me to Kaylee. Save my priestess. Power explodes from my tattoos in waves of blinding teal light. The surge hits the priestesses like a physical force, throwing them off their feet. Their robes billow as they sail through the air. Their shocked screams cut short when they slam into the stone walls. Bodies crumple to the floor, some unconscious, others groaning. The divine energy coursing through me feels like liquid fire in my veins. My muscles coil, and I launch myself forward, crossing the chamber in a single bound. The marble floor cracks beneath my feet as I land. The head priestess scrambles across the ground, her fingers stretching toward the ceremonial dagger that skittered away during the blast. Blood, Kaylee's blood, still stains its blade. My hand shoots out, catching her throat before her fingers can close around the hilt. I lift her off the ground with ease, her feet dangling as she claws at my grip. Her eyes go wide with fear as my tattoos pulse with divine fury. "Please!" she chokes out. "The Mother!" The crack of her neck silences her plea. Her body goes limp in my grasp, and I let it fall to the floor like the worthless thing it is. I turn back to face the remaining priestesses as they stagger to their feet. My tattoos burn against my skin, pulsing with divine energy that begs for release. These women, these false servants of the Mother, will pay for what they've done to Kaylee. One of them lunges at me, her face twisted with desperate fury. "You dare interfere with sacred—" I raise my hand, cutting off her words with a blast of pure energy. The force hits her square in the chest, lifting her off her feet. She slams into the altar and crumples to the ground like a sack of broken bones. Another priestess scrambles for a fallen dagger. I'm faster. Snatching the blade from the floor, I drag it across her throat in one fluid motion. Her eyes go wide with shock as blood sprays across my chest. I don't flinch. The power coursing through me is unlike anything I've ever felt. My markings blaze so bright they're no longer their usual teal. They shine white gold, casting harsh shadows across the temple walls. The Mother's presence fills every fiber of my being, turning my rage into something holy, something righteous. "He's a demigod!" One of the remaining priestesses shrieks, stumbling backward. Her eyes dart between my glowing tattoos and the bodies of her fallen sisters. What have we done? The surviving priestesses flee, their robes billowing behind them as they scramble through the temple doors. Their footsteps echo through the corridors, fading into silence. I stand alone in the carnage, chest heaving, the Mother's power still singing in my veins. I should hunt them down. I should destroy each and every one of them, filleting their skin until they can no longer comprehend the world around them. But the sound of whimpering behind me stops me dead in my tracks. The glowing stops, the power fades, and I turn to face my Kalira. My mate.
Chapter 39. Kalira. My tortured body trembles from the aftershocks of pain as I lay on the cold altar, the metallic taste of blood sharp on my tongue. Shay kneels before me, his presence both fierce and gentle. His teal tattoos still pulse with otherworldly energy, but the rage in his eyes has softened to concern. "Shh, I've got you," he whispers, his fingers working at the ropes binding my wrists. The rough hemp falls away, and I can't stop the whimper that escapes my throat as blood rushes back into my hands. "They were going to..." My voice breaks. "I thought I was going to..." "Don't." Shay's voice is hoarse as he cradles my face. "You're safe now." I wince as his thumb brushes against a cut on my cheek. He immediately pulls back, but I grab his hand. "No, please, don't let go." His other hand moves to examine the slash across my collarbone, and I flinch involuntarily. The memory of Mother Ellen's blade is too fresh, too raw. "Sorry," he murmurs, his touch becoming even gentler. The warmth of his skin seeps into mine, and I feel the trembling in my limbs begin to subside. I need to check how deep these are. "I trusted them," I whisper, tears spilling down my cheeks. "I thought they served her, like I did, like I do." "They served only themselves." His fingers thread through my hair, carefully untangling the knots left from my struggle. The simple gesture grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of panic. "The Mother wouldn't want this. She led me to you for a reason." His words wash over me like a balm, and I lean into his touch, seeking the comfort only he can provide. The terror still lingers, but with each careful touch, each soft word, Shay helps me remember how to breathe again. I stare at Shay, transfixed by the ethereal glow still pulsing through his tattoos, though it's much gentler now. His power radiates through the temple, making the air thick with divine energy. The sight of him standing there, silver eyes blazing and chest heaving, steals my breath away. In this moment, he's more than just the man I've grown to love. He's magnificent, terrible, beautiful. My body moves before my mind can catch up. I throw myself into his arms, burying my face against his chest as sobs rack my frame. His arms wrap around me instantly, solid and secure, one hand cradling the back of my head, while the other presses against my lower back. "I thought I would never see you again," I choke out between gasping breaths. My fingers clutch at his shirt, desperate to anchor myself to him. The fabric beneath my hands is damp, whether from tears or blood, I'm not sure. When they took me, Another sob cuts off my words. "Breathe, Kaylee," he murmurs into my hair, his thumb stroking gentle circles at the nape of my neck. The simple touch sends warmth cascading through me, chasing away the lingering chill of terror. I press closer, seeking more of his warmth, his strength. The steady thrum of his heartbeat against my ear grounds me in reality. I'm alive. I'm safe. He's here. My tears soak into his shirt as I cling to him, unable and unwilling to let go. I prayed to the mother. I whisper, my breath catching in my throat as I press my forehead against Shay's chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat anchors me, even as memories of the altar threaten to pull me under. But I didn't know if she would answer. Shay's hands move to cradle my face, and I lean into his touch. His thumbs brush away the tears that won't stop falling, the gentleness in his touch at odds with the raw power still emanating from his body. The teal light casts shadows across his features, making his silver eyes seem to glow even brighter. She did, he murmurs, his voice soft but filled with certainty. The warmth of his breath fans across my face as he speaks. She sent me. Something breaks inside me at his words. The last wall holding back my emotions crumbles. A sob tears from my throat as I surge forward, pressing my lips desperately against his. I pour everything I'm feeling into the kiss. My gratitude, my relief, my love. My hands tangle in his hair as I pepper kisses across his face, tasting salt from my own tears. Shay, I breathe between kisses, his name a prayer on my lips. My Shay. His arms tighten around me, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. I can feel the rapid rise and fall of his chest, matching the frantic beating of my own heart. In this moment, wrapped in his embrace with the mother's power still humming through the air around us, I finally feel whole again. When I pull back, the sight of Mother Ellen's lifeless body catches my attention, my hands trembling against Shay's chest. The metallic scent of blood mingles with the incense that still burns in the temple's braziers, making my stomach turn. Don't look at the bodies, Shay murmurs, his arms tightening around me. He quickly removes his cloak and wraps me in it. Where is your room? I'll stay here with you. I shake my head fiercely, pushing back just enough to meet his gaze. His silver eyes still shimmer with remnants of power, but it's the concern in them that makes my heart clench. No, I whisper, my voice hoarse from screaming. I don't want to stay here. My fingers curl into the fabric of his shirt as memories of the betrayal flood back. I thought this was a temple of love and devotion, but it's clear now. It's anything but. The candlelight catches the tear tracks on my cheeks as I glance around the temple that was once my home. The golden symbols of the mother seem to mock me now, their beauty tainted by what happened here. Shay's hand comes up to cradle my face, his thumb brushing away fresh tears. The tenderness in his touch makes my breath catch. You don't have to stay here, he says, and the warmth in his voice soothes me. You can come with me, back to Mother's whisper. My voice trembles as I ask, would you really have me? The lantern light catches the silver in Shay's eyes as his expression softens. His thumb traces the curve of my cheek, gentle against the bruises forming there. I'd be lucky to worship the ground you walk on, Kaylee, he says, his voice rich with sincerity. Like you're my own personal goddess. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising me with its lightness. The sound chases away the last shadows of fear clinging to my heart. Yes, I breathe, my eyes meeting his. The promise of something new, something wonderful, makes them shine. I'll come with you. Shay sweeps me into his arms, cradling me against his chest as he strides through the temple. The scent of sea salt and leather wraps around me, familiar and comforting. As we pass beneath the archway, I catch sight of the mother's symbol etched into the stone. A demigod. The realization hits me anew. What are the odds of such a coincidence? The teal markings on his skin still pulse with divine energy, and I know with absolute certainty that this was no mistake. The mother brought us together for this very reason. My gaze drifts to Shay's shirt as he carries me through the empty streets. Dark stains spread across the fabric where my wounds have pressed against him. I'm sorry about your clothes, I whisper, touching a particularly large bloodstain near his shoulder. Really? That's what you're worried about right now. His chest rumbles with quiet laughter. If you ever bleed again, Kaylee, I hope it's only on me. A giggle bubbles up from my chest before I can stop it, followed immediately by a sharp groan as pain lances through my ribs. Ouch. Sorry. His arms tighten around me, cradling me closer to his chest. The steady rhythm of his footsteps and the familiar scent of leather and sea salt wrapping around me like a blanket. The docks come into view, Mother's Whisper's silver trim gleaming in the moonlight. Tannel stands at the gangplank, his expression curious as he takes in my battered state and Shay's fierce expressions. But instead of the questions I see burning in his eyes, he simply inclines his head. Welcome home.
Chapter 40. Shaedryn. I stand at the helm, letting the familiar rhythm of the waves guide my hands on the wheel. The salt breeze whips through my hair, carrying memories of the past 2 years. Every port, every adventure, every moment with Kaylee, making the ship feel more like home than ever before. The soft padding of bare feet on wood catches my attention. My lips curl into a smile before I even turn to look. When I do, my breath catches. Kaylee approaches in a new outfit that makes my mouth go dry. The white fabric hugs her curves like a lover's embrace, the neckline high but the cut revealing enough to make my imagination run wild. 2 panels of fabric drift around her legs as she walks, offering teasing glimpses of bronze skin. The sides are completely open, showing off the length of her thighs and the curve of her hips. Like what you see, Captain. Her voice carries that playful lilt that never fails to make my heart race. The beads in her hair catch the sunlight as she moves closer, and I have to force myself to keep my hands steady on the wheel. You're going to be the death of me in that outfit. I drag my gaze back to the horizon, though every nerve in my body remains acutely aware of her presence. Did you raid another port while I wasn't looking? She laughs, the sound mixing perfectly with the crash of waves against the hull. The seamstress in Drelith made it for me, said it was inspired by the mother's traditional garments. Her fingers trail along my arm, tracing one of my tattoos. Though I suspect she took some creative liberties with the design. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 41. Kaylira.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
I keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I stretch languidly against Shay's chest, humming in delight and satisfaction. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my skin, sending pleasant shivers down my spine. The gentle rock of Mother's Whisper beneath us has become as natural as breathing. Do you remember the night you agreed to come with me? Shay asks, his voice low and intimate. A laugh bubbles up from my chest. Hard to forget, I tease, thinking of that terrifying yet liberating night when he saved me from the temple's betrayal. The memory, though dark, led to my greatest happiness. But Shay's expression remains serious, lacking his usual post-coital playfulness. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing over my bottom lip with a tenderness that makes my heart skip. "I'm not talking about that," he murmurs, silver eyes intense as they lock with mine. "I'm talking about the festival, the boats, about what I wrote in my letter before sending it off." The weight of his words catches me off guard. I remember that bittersweet evening vividly, the burning boats dotting the water like fallen stars, my own letter pleading with the mother to guide our paths back together if we were meant to be. But Shay's letter, that had remained a mystery. My breath catches as curiosity sparks within me. After 2 years together, he's never mentioned what he wrote that night. My fingers trail up his chest, feeling his heart beating strong beneath my touch. I furrow my brow, curiosity lighting up inside me like a lantern. "What did you write?" The question tumbles from my lips before I can stop it, my fingers tracing one of his glowing tattoos. The gentle rock of Mother's whisper beneath us matches the rhythm of my heart as Shay's expression softens. His thumb brushes over my cheekbone, the calluses on his hand rough against my skin. The touch is reverent, like he's trying to commit every detail to memory. "I asked the mother to keep you safe," he says, his voice thick with emotion that makes my chest tighten. "Always. Even if I wasn't there." My heart flutters wildly in my chest, and I lean forward to press my lips against his. The kiss is tender, filled with all the love I hold for this beautiful, fierce man who has given me everything. "The mother did keep me safe," I murmur against his lips, "because she sent me you."